The first question I have is this. The Federation of Nigeria is today as corrupt, as unprogressive, and as oppressive and irreformable as the Ottoman Empire. And in contrast, the Federation of Nigeria, in the form it was constituted by the British, cannot by any stretch of imagination be considered an African necessity. Yet we are being forced to sacrifice our very existence as a people to the integrity of that ramshackle curation that has no justification, neither in history or in the freely expressed wishes of the people. That was you speaking in 1969. Do you still believe in those words, or have they changed?
Regretfully, they haven't changed. The worst thing about Nigeria is that here is a nation that has so much potential. But the only problem is that everybody seems really to bury one's head in the sands and not face the problems or the realities of the Nigerian situation. The Nigerian Federation, there's no way. We all went to school. There's absolutely no way you can look at it the way it was conceived and say it was a good federation. One of the federating units was bigger than the others. So that is one. The other is that everything that has worked in Nigeria appears to have worked, would seem very much to have been an imposition. The idea that sovereignty belongs to the Nigerian people is all fiction as far as Nigeria is concerned. I was talking to somebody earlier on today, and I said one of the problems we have is that we refuse to define, and yet Nigeria is in one place because of the many, many disparate units in the country. And the need to work together imposes on us this need to define every step of our being so that everybody knows its rights. And this is the one thing the Nigerians are not willing to do. I don't know why anybody, if America says to you today that they're proud of the fact that for 200 years they have been trying to make their union more perfect. And that sounds very reasonable. Now in Nigeria, you're not allowed even to question your union, which is ridiculous. If even the Nigerians at a certain date, say 10 years ago, thought one way, what right have we got to think that new thoughts, new brains haven't emerged that can work out something different? This idea of
Hello. Refugees from nations of the world, including Sudan, Congo, and Mozambique, are asking why the White House has closed the doors on them and made exceptions for white South Africans. One refugee told the BBC of London, "It is not fair." In the Democratic Republic of Congo, ex-President Joseph Kabila is lashing out at his successor for encouraging the Senate to lift the immunity from prosecution he has enjoyed since leaving office in 2019. The government plans to charge Joseph Kabila for treason and war crimes after reports linked him to the Rwandan-backed M23 rebels fighting in the eastern part of the country. It is 5:30 p.m. in Accra, Ghana, 6:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, and 1:30 p.m. in New York City. Wherever you are joining us from, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolf Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. On May 30, 1967, the Republic of Biafra declared independence from Nigeria. It came after a series of political and ethnic tensions in Nigeria, including the January 15, 1966 coup the July 29th, 1966 counter coup, and the anti-Igbo pogrom, in which over 30,000 people were killed. Our guest today on 90 Minutes Africa saw the events unfold as a young man. He ended up fighting in the Biafra Nigeria War that followed. Mo is an author, cultural critic, community leader, and professor. Over the course of 4 decades, he has taught at 3 universities across 3 continents. Mo is a well-traveled academic and multilingual scholar who passionately engages in teaching and research across several disciplines. He's also the visionary behind Cyberlogy, the study of cyberspace. Mo has authored and published books and seminal works spanning various interests: academia, culture, fiction, politics, and current affairs. He founded Kwenu magazine, spearheaded the Aladimma agenda, and proposed Mahadum, an open university centered on Igbo knowledge systems. In 1997, he launched the Nigeria-Biafra War Memorial Lecture Series. As a veteran of that war, Mo will offer exclusive insights into his forthcoming memoir, tentatively titled Son of the Sun. Following his acclaimed works, The Culture of Kolanut and Ibanku, Mo has just released his latest publication, The Fundamentals of Ordinary, Igbo Scientific Spirituality. Please join me in welcoming to the show Dr. Mo Ene. Mo, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
It's nice to have you. Thank you so much for making our time to be on the show today. A lot of people are excited. Someone just sent me a message and said it's Mo and everything else is embellishment. This is it. This is case closed. Well,
yep.
Let's start with issues in the news across the world that have an impact on Africans. In the news that I read, we had this story out of the White House, the meeting of South Africa's president with Donald Trump, which has been talked about by a lot of people. I'm sure you've seen the video of that encounter, and refugees in Africa saying, why are they bringing white South Africans to America when they are suffering in Congo, in Mozambique, in Sudan? So what do you make of the whole thing, this story?
Thank you very much. We can say whatever we wish to say, but the facts are there. The facts are there. Mr. Donald Trump told us in the first round that he wants refugees from Norway. Unfortunately, Norwegians are not coming. They're having a better life in Europe. So he turned around and his friend, Elon Musk, sells him this idea of why South Africans suffering, which anybody who knows anything about the world knows that it's a lie. Okay, I don't want to call it a lie, but it's not true. It's not true. Nothing happened to white South Africa. They're having it good. Or else Elon Musk's father wouldn't be living there. He would have gone back to Canada. So he did what he wants to do. It's all politics. When the Jews were suffering under Hitler, it took quite a while for them to get here. Okay, I know what they did to get more Jews to come into the USA. So it shouldn't surprise anybody. It's all politics. Okay, so they're here, and let's hope they will send word across to those back home. The truth of what America is, that they're having it so good down there. I mean, when they have winter here, they have summer and vice versa, so they can travel and come. Nobody's stopping them. Ramaphosa came in last time. I don't know why he came, but if I were him, I'll tell Trump, no one send a ship. Pick some more. So I have nothing to say about it. We know what it is. I don't want to call it racism, but we know what it is. So good luck to them. I wish them all the best.
What about the performance of Trump in the White House when he showed videos and clips and showed newspaper cuts where they were showing pictures of people being buried. And some people have pointed out, news organizations, that these were not from South Africa. These pictures he showed that they were not from South Africa, that some of them were from Congo.
If South Africa, you see, that's a problem with people who oppress bullies. They make you feel like you deserve what is happening. Many of us saw Soweto happening. Many of us saw what happened in South Africa. And then when it turned around, give the people of South Africa some credit. They didn't seek revenge. Those things didn't happen. None, not even in Rhodesia. Rhodesia, Zimbabwe now, was about land. In South Africa, they have a place, I think they call it Orania or whatever, where only whites live, and nobody said anything about it. So the fact is, I don't know what Elon Musk is feeding Trump. I don't know what his motives are, but the issue with South Africa is very, very unreasonable. I hope it's something else, like the association with Brazil, Russia, and India. What is it called? The nations that are coming together. So, hello?
Are you talking about BRICS?
Yes, BRICS. Yeah, maybe it's about BRICS, but I don't know. I don't think it's about black and white issues in South Africa. None, zero, none. I don't know why.
Now, about the land, how do you think South Africa can navigate dealing with the land issue without facing the kind of punishment Zimbabwe faced when they decided to kick out white farmers?
I don't think they kicked out white farmers, but let's take South Africa. You can do these things without fighting. It's all politics, and time is our good friend. If West South Africans are farmers, as Trump thought, and they're farming and producing food, and the food is affordable, why take the land from them? If we come to the city and somebody owns a store, a white guy, and they want to build a road across it, it's eminent domain. You take it up and pay him or her compensation. Over the years, this way, I don't think South Africans are suffering from lack of land. I don't think so. If we need to, we can move to Namibia, where half the country is desert, and try to make it arable land. With technology these days, we can do it. People can farm in their house. We now discover how to farm yam in our backyard in bags. Okay, and they grow big yams. I do tomatoes in my backyard now. So we can all farm. So everything is, as long as you are talking, as long as nobody's killing each other, everything else, like somebody told you, will be embellishment. We'll move on. So I don't see why we should fight over things that are just not necessary. Yes, there were many things that happened there. But even in USA, people now buy houses. People now buy land. Okay, how much do you think you can even have in this world before you die and move on? Okay, or you give to your children and half of them start smoking crack or something, and they sell it. Life is just like that. We should have some patience, get something to sustain us and our family. But when you are denied the basis, the essence of existence, which is your life, that's when we have a problem. So I think Ramaphosa is doing well. By the way, he's in power today because of the white dominated party that is in coalition with him. So I don't know. I don't think there's any problem about black and white or that kind of overt racism in South Africa. Of course, it's everywhere. Somebody must hate somebody for some reason. Either you are tall or you are short or you are Anglican or you are Catholic. So it's all there. But then as we move on in life, we begin to see that all these are not things we could just move beyond. Thank you.
Right. Let's go to Congo before we go back home to Nigeria. In Congo, that country has been in crisis since 1960, and it continues.
Yep.
The story is that the former president, Joseph Kabila, the Senate of the country stripped him of his immunity and they're going to try him for war crimes. What do you make of the crisis in the Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo? What is going on, and how is it that the country that big, that should have been very influential in Africa, is going through this crisis? Is it because of the minerals they have? Is it more than that?
Yes, it's more than that. Of course, you mentioned 1960. Something that still haunts that country and even Africa is the killing of Patrice Lumumba. Okay? We know who did it, how they did it. Okay? There's something you don't do in life and I think that it will just go away. The spirit of Lumumba haunts that country. So, now we want to strip him of his immunity and try him. If he did something, let him try him. You see, that's one thing we do not do in Africa. We do not help people responsible for their crimes. Okay, they did it in Europe and sanitized the place. We're going way back to 1884. That's when all this thing started. Look at Rwanda, half Hutu, half Tutsi. Look at Burundi, half Tutsi, half Hutu. Look at Congo, Katanga, half Tutsi too, and half some other people. Our problem in Africa is that we have not learned, and we're still not learning. Look at Europe. You have all these small countries. They are ethnic based. Until we embrace our ethnicity, we are going nowhere. Even in Nigeria, 500 years, a small people living in a small island called United Kingdom are still not comfortable staying together. The Scots, the Welsh, the English. We have to really stay slightly apart to make our coming together work. Don't tell me about America, it's a different system. Nigeria, Congo is the same story. Okay, even in small Equatorial Guinea. So the Katanga issue will continue. Maybe somebody comes up in Rwanda and try to support the Hutu small population there, and then they go against the Tutsi, and the whole cycle continues. Of course, the big guys who need the minerals will continue to sell arms to whichever group that they have. I saw a photo about some, sorry to digress, where people were in Borno behind the line mining, and then they are killing people in Maiduguri. That tells you what it is. They create chaos so they can easily take the resources and move away. The other time we were talking about Zamfara having gold and everything, the governor has come out and said, we're getting nothing from all that quote-unquote gold. What is really happening? So until our leaders just say enough is enough, which is why people are hoping and making all kind of false claims about Ibrahim Traore. That is, we're hoping that somebody will come up one day and say, you know what, all that $1 billion of uranium, you ain't getting it again, gold, da. You see, that's what we need. The youth of Africa are heading in that direction. But then who is going to bear the cat?
So you mentioned the Berlin Conference. Do you think that African nations, they have to have another conference to reverse the outcome of that Berlin Conference before they can move forward? And how do you do that?
You can do it Africa-wide. You can do it Africa-wide. Some have gelled. Okay, you look at Ghana. They are okay. Some people have gelled and they're okay with it. Cape Verde, they're small, they have gelled, they're okay. In Nigeria, we haven't. We've tried it with war. We've tried it in bed, if you know what I mean. It hasn't worked. We're still killing each other. Even if you see a man married to a woman from a different ethnic group and still talking bad about another group, about killing them, when your children are actually more your wife's ethnic group than your own ethnic group, because your own is mixed. But your wife is pure another group. I don't want to mention a group because that will start a war. But people still do that. So we're not ready. Some people, yes. Like in Ethiopia, they have their problem. The Eritrea fought, and Eritrea shouldn't have to fight to get their independence. because culturally, linguistically, they are different. But they have to fight with Ethiopia all these years. Look at Sudan. How many years did it take South Sudan to split? So it's terrible. We have to tell ourselves the truth. We can't do it on Pan-African basis. It won't work. But each country will start doing something. Mandela has said it, and the PLO has said it, Lumumba has said it, that the day Nigeria stands up, Africa will wake up.
Now, there's something you talked about that we have to slightly be apart. That was actually what, if I remember correctly, what Kaduna Nzeogwu said in the speech he gave on January 15th, 1966. That is, that we should have a kind of confederacy, that after a while of trying it, we can come back together as a closer union. Did you listen to that speech when it was made?
Sure. I heard it all. He said it all, and that was Aburi. That was Aburi. Okay? Have certain things, do it separately here, see how it goes. It might not work. Maybe Eastern Nigeria couldn't have worked as well because the Ogoni might feel comfortable stay with the Efik or a Bibio or that, or found out that, hey, you know what, it's better to say this way. So he was right. And today, what he said then still holds. We have to find a way to stop all this nonsense about people feeling insecure with relating, and then everybody said, oh, we can't talk about this, and there's always one Nigeria, one Nigeria, one Nigeria. Fine. I don't even want one Nigeria. I want one ECOWAS. I want one Africa. But then, like we said, if the first child did not work, how do you think the other one is going to crawl? So we have to start somewhere. We've tried this for, what, 60 years? Going to 70? And we're still fighting. And we refuse to acknowledge the basis of our problem. Okay, now Nigeria, we think we're getting it right. What happened in North? We now know there's no Hausa Fulani. There's Hausa and there's Fulani. And we bring that out ourselves, we begin to see there's the middle belt. The people in Plateau, the people in Adamawa. So to give them time to gel, to come together. And there's something the Hausa man is saying right now. I'm sorry to bring it back to Nigeria immediately, but that will give you an idea of what is happening in Katanga, where we thought they were all Congolese. Now we begin to find out that many of these guys were Tutsi. And there are other people waiting in line who are the Hutu. And the Hutu are still living with what happened to them. They lost power. Remember that killing the Tutsi didn't just happen overnight. It's been happening, it's been brewing, as it is currently brewing in Nigeria. So tomorrow people get machete and start killing each other. Oh, how did it happen? We're barbarians. But when it's happening, allow people to talk about it, try something else, see if it can be resolved. So now we are, if Kabila was part of what happened, bring him in and try him. In Nigeria, if we can find a way to move emotion, to get Gowon to trial, we will try him as a war criminal. But I think he is. Okay, so what are we talking about? If Kabila, they remove the immunity, let him face trial. Because we learn from talking about issues. Look at Rwanda, how they peacefully resolved their issue. You know why? They talked about it. And those who say, we are sorry. Just sorry. It soothes the soul. And people went ahead today, they are developed. If they have another problem tomorrow, it will be for something different. But in our own case, we have not even addressed what happened to us. Every day, stop and just think. Sit down, listen to somebody, what he's saying, and then take it from there.
Okay, we'll get to the Nigerian situation, what happened in the past, but let me get your view on what is currently going on. In a few days, it will be 2 years of Tinubu's administration. What do you make of how far he has done running the country?
You know what they say, if you mate standing, you give birth to a crazy person. It's an idiom. Okay, so this guy had good ideas. Let's put it this way. Forget about how the election went and all that. In a good country, the number of people that elected Tinubu wouldn't even elect a mayor, okay, of a big city, your city, by the way. So the thing is this. He started on two things, the subsidy and the floating of the Naira. That's something he shouldn't have done that way, the way he did it. He threw everybody off course. They realized the amount of money they will make by not paying the subsidy and say, boom, let's go for it. It doesn't work that way. We're in a democracy. You table some of this, people will talk about it. So this day we still do it. We don't discuss issues. We just bring it to the compromise legislature, they pass it and you move on. Secondly, Tinubu has been spending like a drunken sailor. All this money we are spending going to France, doing this, it's not necessary. It's not necessary. He bought a new plane. Every day he's here, he's in Rome, he's in France, he's in China, he's all over the place. And those things are not bringing in anything. We should sit down and we can make Nigeria great. Nigeria is a great country. I've traveled around Nigeria. It could be a great country. But it's not happening. And then we're talking about big projects. He tried to build a road from Sokoto to Lagos, from Lagos to, what's it called, Calabar. Okay? And all that money being squandered. When a civil servant is earning 70,000 and his rent is 150,000 a month, how do you live? Except bribe people? Nobody, a civil servant, can genuinely keep his son or daughter in a university. We are feeding, if your daughter is feeding at 3,000 a day, minimally, but price by 30, just for food alone, you need 100,000 naira. That's why you have people trying to make ends meet by all means possible, including kidnapping, of course, armed robbery, yahoo, bribery, politics, if I haven't mentioned corruption. So I don't envy anybody in power, no matter where your excellency is, state, federal. But sometimes you wonder what sort of water they drink, that they seem to be disconnected from reality. It's sad.
What about the people? If you look at the current political state, the ruling party, APC, they are saying that they are okay with one-party rule. The opposition, even though people are desperate based on how the economic situation is and insecurity, the opposition cannot get it together. They are blaming the party in power for causing problems in their own political parties. When you look at that, who do you blame? Is it the people or the politicians?
Politicians. I don't blame Tinubu one bit. You'll be surprised to hear this. I don't blame him. The problem is that politicians cannot stay without their mouth fixed to that breast of national milk and honey. They can't stay for 2 months without it. They want to be there. So they're jumping. Already these guys are jumping from Labour to APC because they want to be assured they will come back. Okay? Like I'm telling you about standing up to reproduce. That's what happened in the Labour Party. Most of those guys that came in have no business in Labour. Labour, obedient, and we rejected them. What happened? We found that they were chaff. They had nothing to offer. Okay? In Enugu, we had 2 Labour senators. I've not had any of them speak. Okay? So I don't blame Tinubu. He has the resources. They have many people appointed. Many people jump ship to get appointed to Southeast Development Commission. That's what they want. They want where it's happening, where they'll be getting some change on a daily basis. So that's the attraction. Okay, but if you have people who have, by the way, you know Nigeria party now, but Babangida got it right. He got it right. It's a 2-party system. One to the left, one to the right. Okay? But when you have APC dominating all through, And also with EFCC, once you come over, your sins are forgiven. So he's using what he has to get the support to himself. Tinubu said it last night, the night before? He said he was right. So we don't have many Nigerian politicians with strong conviction. They are not there. But if they are there, they could get people to pay them to sponsor their political journey. Like we did with Obi. Obi had his money quite all right, but he didn't go begging. People were giving him money, contributing, and people voted. Unfortunately, if you look at the numbers, there's no way he could win because PDP was strong then. And he was the third leg. So APC, being the party in power, retained their momentum. So I think we blame politicians and the opposition. Well, opposition. We don't even have opposition. They can't be in opposition. They're too hungry.
Okay, let me play a video. After that, I'll get your take on Obi and his role in this current dispensation. Let's watch.
Loves me now. If everybody here says we'll vote for you and you're okay, I'll go away. I don't stay where everybody likes me because then there's a fake. Yes. There's somebody here who feel like this man. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let me tell you. If there's anybody that wants to be friends with Obina, what's Obina? You see her? Yeah, but that Obina must not have.
Alright, sir. It's a privilege to meet you.
Thank you.
My name is also Obina.
Yes.
I also went to UNN.
Ah, interesting.
Yes, sir. So I don't hate you.
No, don't worry.
I don't agree with some of your...
Yes.
Yeah, so I want to ask a question.
Yes.
As the leader of the Labour Party, the Labour Party has been rocked with several crises. What have you done to fix this crisis? Because Nigeria is a very complex country. And if you cannot fix the problem in the Labour Party, how do you intend to fix the problem in Nigeria?
Thank you. Thank you, Obina. Let me tell you. Obina, there's a difference between what is happening in the Labour Party today. It's caused by government deliberately. Put me anywhere. Obina, what is happening in Labour Party and PDP is caused by government. We have had a problem in our party before in the past. And Yaradua was president. And I came to him and he told the then INEC chairman, I don't want problem in any party. And we were forced to fix it.
Sir, so 2 questions. First, what will you do differently, considering the situation of things where Nigeria is as of today, to quickly uplift the living standard of Nigerians if given an opportunity, if you become the president in the first 2 years? That's one. The second one is, would you prefer to still fly the presidential candidate under the Labour Party or under the People Democratic Party?
I'll still continue in Labour, to run in Labour Party. Because the reality is that I'm a Labour Party member. But today, in all the parties, there's a problem.
All right, let's stop it here. So that was Peter B speaking I think yesterday or 2 days ago. What do you make of the role he's playing in this current dispensation? Some people have compared him to Zik during the NPP, NPN period. What is your own take on his place in Nigerian politics?
Politicians do not learn. Imagine that PDP had put Obi and Dati forward. We'll be seeing a different story. They failed. Obi is not without blame in this issue. For some reason, they left Labour to just roll. I never heard about the senators, the House of Rep. have any meetings for any day. Do you know that there were more labor legislators in Enugu State by May 29, 2023? But today, the only one left is in jail. How? You had legislator, you couldn't even produce a speaker. Then you are all bought over. So the thing is, Labour should not blame Tinubu. They should blame themselves. I'm not saying that APC is not without sin, of course. Of course. They have waved the EFCC wand. Okay? They waved money, positions. Okay? Of course. There's some weak is there. Okay? So there's some weak is there effectively destroying PDP, and PDP will not even say a word. And they want to blame Tinubu. So I don't know, P2B is, somebody has said that P2B is not a Nigerian. He's not acting like one. You know? I'm not saying listen, we have to give it to him. He didn't allow people to go out to the street and be killed and be mowed down just because of power. You have to give it to him. There's a little bit of that in Jonathan when he said, "Listen, I'm not going to fight this war." But at some point, you have to behave. You have to do certain things. That my friend would say that sometimes you have to behave to show that the man and the woman is in bed. So the thing is, you just have to do something. Labour is not doing anything. Aburi should not have been a problem. How much did they give Aburi to be causing all this problem? Aburi wants a position. He wants a place to stay. You call him, sit him down, and say, my friend, if you keep going this way, you won't have the Labour Party, and look at it. You can give you all the money they give you, blow it, and then end of story. But call people, talk to them. All this time they wasted time going to court and destroying Labour Party. Who is going to gain? Nobody. And look, unless something happens, there's no way Obi is going to pull what he did in 2023. It's not going to happen. Of course, PDP is almost dead. So I don't know our way forward. You see, that's when Tinubu has to be very careful, because you push people to an end, to somewhere, and then something happens. I hope it doesn't.
Okay. So, knowing that and looking at the insecurity situation in the country, with the trial of Nnamdi Kanu going on, and the one of Simon Ekpa maybe starting sometime this month in Finland, where do you think Igbo people should put their eggs? Someone said, I think Umahi said that all the Igbo governors are supporting Tinubu. Is that where they should be?
Rudolf, they can be whatever they want to be. It doesn't do anything for me, for Igbo people. Okay? We have to look at the future of our people, how we can make it with what we find ourselves in. Look at Nnamdi Kanu's case shouldn't be dragging up to this point. It's been 10 years. What's happening? It's not worth it. When people have told Tinubu, they talked to Buhari, they begged him, they cajoled him, nothing. He's still there. We thought that when our sister Bianca gets there, we would just, snap a finger, smile, and then Tinubu will buckle. No, they're still there trying this case. It doesn't make any sense. It does not. I blame us too. By 1997, I said it, I wrote it. That was why we set up the Nigeria-Biafra War memorial lecture. So we learn what happened. So this day we still don't know what happened. What do we have to fight? What was nobody knows, or they think they know. Okay? And you have all these young men getting into trouble for nothing. All these people killed. Okay? Let's talk to ourselves and say that Biafra as was is not attainable, period. At the same time, Nigeria as is not sustainable. So we sit down and talk to ourselves. All these people you quoted talking that yes, what do you expect Umahi to say? Okay, he's working on that Tinubu, he's getting all he wants, and he's not telling you where to go. Fine, the governors want to support Tinubu, that's okay too. But that's not where we should be. We should find something that works for everybody. Okay, we need some fundamental changes in Nigeria. Not 2027. That's not the be all and all. So I'm not worried about that. And I hope that by next week, hopefully, something will touch Tinubu's heart. And then he will just call his AG and say, let this guy go. There's no point keeping Nnamdi Kanu. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. You cannot defeat Biafra in any way, shape, or form because Biafra is a spirit. The spirit is moving these guys, and it will move more dangerous people. Okay, they'll wake up one day. We see what ESN tried to do. Well, I don't know which one is which, but we'll see what what's it called? Unknown gunmen did to us. The number of people killed for nothing, and there's nobody supporting them. At least coal is not good. If they found gold in the Nobi now, some foreign company will bring in arms, and there'll be no peace in that land. So let us just buckle down, stop, and start talking. All these Igbo governors talking. What's the last time they met? They met once in a while and said they were going to go meet Tinubu and ask him to listen to Nnamdi Kanu. End of story. No more follow-up, no meeting. When we saw Bianca was going in there, we were happy because the week before, Bianca had said, in North Carolina, there's no point holding Nnamdi Kanu, just let the guy go. So now she's there, she hasn't said anything. Or she said and they haven't done anything. So we just have to say this, enough is enough. It doesn't make any sense. Keeping us in this kind of situation. Yes, Nnamdi Kanu is one person. Yes, Mandela stayed in jail for 27 years. Yes. But why? You're just telling people you can't do anything, I'll do whatever I want. So somebody should tell Tinubu, listen, just let this guy go. Let him go back to his family. As for Simon Ekpa, hey, he's in Finland. They will give him a lot of liberties before. I don't know what changed. I'm hopeful, knowing the Finnish setup, that they will give him a good trial. So I'm just begging Nigerians to stop trying to bring him back to Nigeria. In fact, if I have to contribute any money to this thing, I'll contribute to keep Simon Ekpa in Finland. Let them try him. We should write to European parliamentarians not to allow Finland to send him back to Nigeria. Because when he gets there, we have another problem. Back to square one. We can't do that. Let them try him there and give him a good, give him justice, whatever it is. If it's money laundering, if it is this, if it is that, let us see it. Okay, so I'm not worried about him. Wish him well. He should chin it like a man. And then the road show continues.
Okay, before we go to the main issue that we brought you here today to talk about, let me play another video of you. This is something that happened somewhere, I think, in Imo State, and it's maybe yesterday, and get your take on that.
Biko ejimohera na-ekela ndị agwa ndị mba nnọ agba autonomous community na ndị ụmụ ekpu agba onye nụ na n'olie na-awụ Pastor Onyejekwe Ekele Davis Ogazi 1 of ụmụ ekpu agba. Achọrọ m iji ohere a gosinụ ma kọwapụtaranụ mkpamkpa kpara na ụmụ ekpu n'abalị Chijifo taa. Ihe anụ na ahụ na-awụ ụkwụ nnama ndị Fulani kpọ nnama ha bịa wakpo anyị n'abalị Chijimafo taa. Ihe m na-agwa ihe ebe ị na-ahụ na-awụ kọmpaụndụ mmadụ. Ihe ahụ kọmpaụndụ mmadụ. Ihe awụ ụlọ kọmpaụndụ ndị mmadụ ri ihe a. Leecha ihe ndị ahụ plantain. N'abalị Chijifo taa aga m egosi gị ihe awụ ụlọ mmadụ n'abalị Chijifo taa ka ndị akpọ nnama ha wakpo anyị n'ụmụ ekpu agwa. Ihe awa akpụ ndị mmadụ gbara na their compound. Ihe akpụ mmadụ gbara na compound ya, lechaa ya, ị ga-ahụ ihe compound mmadụ, ihe akpụ, ihe awụ the segment of the community was invaded n'abalị chijifo. You can see with your two eyes. Here compound mmadụ. Here compound mmadụ. They were shooting sporadically. Ndị niile bi ebe ahụ gbara ọsọ n'abalị, akpara ha ihe n'abalị, onwe onye hiri n'ụlọ ya n'abalị. Around 3-4. Ihe awụ afụ ọrụ mmadụ tara afụ ọrụ. Lee ye. Look at it. This is what we are suffering. Ndị eme na anyị ihe o. A na-ekwuli onyele orutebeghị ya eche na ọ dị izi. Ihe otu ha shigbu our brother a na-akpọ Ozemini Riaka. There was no justice. The whole thing was swept under the carpet. Otu aka ha jigbu nwanne anyị nwoke a na-akpọ Tenkobo. Chukwuemeka Nnorom. Onwe ihe merenu. Here a compound mmadụ. Look at. Imagine. Here somebody's compound lekwe. They invaded us. Leye here compound here ụlọ ndị mmadụ. Ndị na-ebi n'ebe a niile gbara ọsọ. Leye. Ndị na-ebicha n'ụlọ ebe a gbara ọsọ. Lekwe. Look at. Leye lekwe ihe anyị na-agabiga.
All right. So he was talking about what happened that headsmen came into their compound, their community, and destroyed the crops they planted, and 2 of their people were killed. This is a very, this has been going on for a long time. And how is it that we've come to that point where it's now normal? Any community, you know, he was talking about people thinking that it won't get to them, that it gets to everybody. How is that? How did we make it normal and people are incapable, even the people in government, capable of doing anything about this?
Rudolf, your governors, what can I tell you? Passed bills saying open grazing is outlawed. But it's still happening. We still have cows moving around. Okay? From Lord Banta to Ugwoba, that axis around the Oji River is their playground to this day. In fact, in my village, somewhere in Uju, they were having a feast. They killed a goat that they brought from one of their outings. The daughters got married or something. You know how they do this in the village. And these guys showed up from the farmland area, and they wanted some water. They gave them water. Luckily, that one of the guys lived in the north, so he spoke outside to them, and they gave them water, and they turned to go. Then they came back again and said, "Oh, could they buy some meat?" Some people who have cows all over the place. They said, "Okay, no problem. We don't sell this kind of thing, but we'll give you some." So they gave them some meat, and they walked back and they moved on. Luckily, there was no conflict. There was no fighting. But you can have this happening where you have cows move into a community, eat up everything in the farm, and then move on. We see it happen in the north. We see we had a feast on somebody's barn and ate all the yams. We saw the raping of women, which is not surprising because you see these men who walk all the way from Sokoto, from Nigeria, down south. They're 17 at the prime of their sexual competence, and they see a lone woman in the bush. Of course, nature takes over, and then to conceal it, they kill the woman and move on. They've moved from there to invading an entire community, driving them away. In Benue, in parts of Uzuwane, Aguleri area, all the way down to through Enugu to Ihamufu to what's it called, Ebonyi State. We know it's wrong. We've condemned it. We've given ideas, but nobody is implementing it. So maybe, just maybe, we should listen to DG Ajayi of DSS and do what he told us to do. Defend ourselves. Just maybe. But I don't recommend it. We know what the consequences will be. Even Nigerian police or Nigerian is going to come in and take care of the situation. I don't know. I don't know. Everybody has insecurity all over the place. Governor Zulum in Borno has been crying, mentioning names that politicians, current senators, and the rest of them are involved in sustaining Boko Haram. I don't know. One Fulani guy told us, oh, wherever you see us, we have paid the Igwe or the Eze of the community. In the West, they try Amotokun. I don't know if it's working, but at least they are doing something. In Uromi, some people took the law by the hand, and we know how that one ended. So it's all over. I don't know. I don't have a solution. I don't have a solution that won't entail fighting back. And then fighting back is violence, and you don't want to start it because I've seen it close by. It's not pretty.
Yeah, talking about people recommending self-defense. Danjuma, T.Y. Danjuma, famously said that people should defend themselves. And people asked him, how are we going to do that? Where do we get the arms? You remember what he said? If you know how the other people got it, go and get it.
Yep, get your own. Yep. So, listen, getting guns would be the problem. You know, it's just like people say you are free to, you have free speech. But then what happened after the free speech is a problem. Okay, we in my community, making guns has been way back. They can do guns with gunpowder and all that. You can also, procure it through the black market, so to speak. But we don't want to go that route. The government should do something. If we elect you as a governor of a state, we should be able to contain these people. 4 years ago, we had a governor in Enugu who had the head of the Maiti Allah in his government. These people are known. We know them. If you can't talk to them and say, look, you have to get a place, a ranch or something. Nobody goes in kind of carrying spare parts around. You have a shed where you sell it. The same way it should be. You want to rear your cattle, have a ranch. You have to buy the leaves. You have to buy water. And then sell your meat. I don't know what else to say except we should stop eating suya. Maybe that will help. In Igbo land, we never used to eat cow, this much cow. That's why when you kill a cow, you become a buefi. People eat goats, chicken. So I don't know. I don't want to say something here that would be very, very, very controversial, but it's worrying. It's troubling.
So when the Boko Haram thing started in the northeast, and before the insecurity spread towards the middle belt to this extent that it is now, people in the northeast, they were writing me that we don't understand what's going on where they are, that they don't go to school, they are in IDP camps, that they are suffering, but we in Lagos, we in the east, we in other parts of South, that we are going to school, having weddings, funeral, living our normal lives. It made me think about the children from these places now that been kicked out of their homes. They run out in the night. The kind of damage that is done to them, the families. Of course, we don't treat trauma in Nigeria. We see pictures and videos of people slaughtered. Who will they become 20 years from now, 10 years from now? These are the people who we expect to be patriotic. These are people who we expect to carry the torch of one nation, Nigeria. How?
They will become more. I went through it.
I wanted to get to that.
Survived.
I know.
See? So at a point during the Nigeria-Biafra War, a general said openly that he wished that Biafran planes would come and bomb Lagos. He just came back from the war front. That he wished they would come and bomb Lagos so that people will see that there's a war going on in Nigeria. People are going about having fun, enjoying oil money. Nobody cared. The babies were starved, kwashiorkor, ravaging people. You bring in relief material, they shoot down the plane that they have cleared, given a flight path. I feel it. I feel it. What's happening up there is horrible. Horrible. But they didn't have to go through this. So, we don't. The person that told you that is great. We don't know what's happening. We don't feel it. But we went through it. What do you want people in the Southeast to do? The people in Lagos are used to it. The whole one day will continue. But in the East, we feel it. But then, as General Madebo said, we should not get involved in this anymore. He was clear. Do not. Remember that the guy that caught the Boko Haram guy, Yusuf Muhammad, was an Igbo general and didn't want to do anything with him, just took him and handed him over to the local police. What did they do? They killed him. And here we are. Just one simple act of violence. I mean, they could have Boko Haram. I don't know. I won't nobody stops them. But that was what started it. The same thing within them, they can. Let the guy go. The first time you had him, for what, nothing, didn't do anything, just because he was talking. If you had let him go, he will go back to London, the wife had a baby, and there's something, you know what I'm talking about. There's something that a child, a new child, does to you. You feel totally responsible for that child. You begin to change your perspective about life. But no, they had him. And here we are. All the people that died, all the time we wasted, all the resources we wasted, we could have been somewhere else today in the Southeast. You know what they say? It's turn by turn. Everybody will get that breakfast. People are not talking about their marjories. Oh, we are now swelling their population. With all these dislocations, killing their parents, leaving all these young ones roaming around. And one of them might grow up tomorrow to become the head of bandits. As you make your bed, so you lie on it. It's not looking pretty at all.
Okay. We will take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about Biafra, Nigeria Civil War, how it started, what all the controversies, and then the way forward. So please stay with us. We are talking to Dr. MO Ene, and thank you for joining us. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Onye ọma zoro obi o, akwa nwa nwa zoro obi o, Max ịbịa bunyegokwanụ m n'ofu ube n'azụ ụlaga. Ulagani Piazugo Mmanwu Ulagado ni Piazugo Agbanwe Wilochi Biko rapuzoro Kona Bazia
Onyoma Zoro Biko Abamba Wazoro Dasari Ibia Unyane Gwanamo Ulagadori Piazugo Ulagadori Piazugo Abamba Wilochi Biko rapuzoro Kona Bazia Mazi welcome up Odoguna Kweresunaka Onyoma Nigadelemo Mazi Nibazigame Ibu go with Baladi Odogu Nachala Noka Is he one them nigga delemo Olagado ni Piazugo Olagado ni Piazugo Amama Wilo Chilo Bikorabuzo Anabazi Say Onyama Zoro Sorry, if I were to go on a Pube, Mulaga, don't Piazugo, Nazaboy, Mulaga, don't Piazugo, Amama Wilo Chilo, Biko Rapuzoro, Anabazi, I don't cannot be kitchen for. Ama kwa mnika kugodia Waligwe kwelo Ikejo mabele bege Hey, you want? Eku kampu nekene Ama gondinso Chukwu negaji Esi nwanne m ekene mi Ịlapụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa Ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne Wisdom ga-adị Ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu Isili mmaksi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a Malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ Wesi gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na-echọlụ na ngeme Wisdom onume ekene gị Bama ihe biko lapụ Nabasi ya Zoro, 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 zoro Beduru joy na bugwa Hausa Sokoto Ujembe nwilo Anụ solo nwe ma n'ọfịa n'ara Onye nwụrụ zuru ike
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us this Sunday. we are having a conversation with Dr. Mo Ene. Mo, thank you so much for being here again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's go back to 1966, January 15th. There was a coup called the Nzeogwu coup, led by Kaduna Nzeogwu and Ifeajuna in the Lagos axis. What was the day before? As a young person, what was that day like, if you remember? Was there any sign that something might happen? How did that feel?
Thank you. Welcome everyone to Biafra War 2025. Thank you for inviting me to exchange views with what I call Dr. Damage's disciples.
They are coming. I'm getting messages. I'm wasting too much time that they want to come and talk to you.
Okay. So I thank you all for having me. Hope that we'll have a very good review of what happened. The day before, I was in Enugu. I was alive. I was in elementary 5. My focus was going to secondary school, college as we call it then. So my father had made it clear that if we're going to go to college, you must go to one school and one school only, government college, and everybody knows how hard that is. It has its reasons though, but I think it's more economic than anything. We're so we cannot go to. It's hard enough putting people through primary school, not talk of secondary school, and we're not the Udoyes or the Abambos or the rich guys in Enugu. We're not that rich. Anyway, so that fateful day, the martial music radio was popular. We didn't have a television; you just have to go peep somebody's window to see a television. But it happened, and things changed rather quickly. In Enugu, you don't see soldiers. All right, you don't see them. You have to go towards Abakaliki Road. Even when they come out, they don't come out with army uniform. So the civil service community very quiet, very little. So, but when everything turned out, I was a scout, so I was about, and we're moving around. Then one day, I went with Father Moses Orakudo from Adas. We went to say mass at Hilltop. Hilltop is, you have to go through Making Road to get to that place. Making Road, not Making Hill. There's no Making Hill in Enugu, by the way. It's Udi Hill, but the road is Making Road. So when we were coming back, we had these soldiers stop us, and they insisted on searching the box. The box we used to sell, the priest refused. It was a big problem. So in Catholic Church, you don't touch Holy Communion. It's blood all over the place with prayer. So I observed it and I said, something is wrong here. So that gives you impression that something is wrong. You don't go out on your own. You just listen to radio. So when I came back, I asked around in school. I said, there's this thing called Boys Company that we really have to go. So we went, we joined, we got our stick, gun. Then we have to crawl, do the dress, sit down, salute. Then things rolled up. Just to fast forward it, we were doing drill one day after the Aburi thing and everything has happened. This is now 67. And then this plane comes over where we were doing the training, somewhere in the express road. Now it's not the express, Enugu Express. In those days, only one road to come into Enugu was the Making Road. So he came close, opened the side of the door, and threw out a bomb. So the first bomb that they launched in the war, I saw it. It was so close. So for me, that was a baptism of fire. And then the whole thing started. At some point, Enugu was under siege. Because I was involved, I could hear things happening. They said there were saboteurs, that they came in dressed up well, blah, 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 all those things. But for me, my family had to move. My dad said, don't touch anything. We're going to go. We couldn't go through the Making out of Enugu. We have to go down to Four Corners, which is towards Nkano, to Ogu. And then go through the road that takes you back to Enugu Old Road. So that's what we did. My dad said, don't touch anything. We're going to come back. We never went back to the house. So before that, I had a good childhood. You know, there was water, there was light. Nobody takes light. Nobody know what water was always flowing. It was probably bucket toilet, but it was good. Everybody was happy. School. So from there, we went home, and they reassembled at 19th Battalion in Uji Abia. Okay, so we were having the bus company thing, doing Reiki. Reiki is that they give you go to the back of the front and trying to get some information where the federal troops were. So one day they said, we all have to go. They said, why? They said 9 of the boys that went to 9th Mile on Reiki, they caught them and blocked out their eyes. And they couldn't take it anymore, so they let us go. So we went to the village. My grandfather was there. Thanks to him and my grandmother, we were able to feed. We didn't have anything. We came back from Enugu. We didn't have any thing to steal, no money, nothing. So one day I went with my grandfather to farm. My village is between somewhere Oji River and Ogu. So there's a road that passes between Oji River and Ogu that connects the old Enugu-Onitsha road and the Enugu-Port Harcourt route. So we didn't know that the war has gotten that close. We got our young, we're coming back. This soldier jumped out from the car and opened fire right in front of us. The guy was in front, died, fell, and then we all, my grandfather pushed me, we ran in opposite direction. Then when everything was quiet, we came back and the young man had died. So we covered him with some leaves. My grandfather was trying to prevent me from seeing it, but I've seen enough. So we walk across the road, just listen, walk across the road, and then went back to the village, told the young man. The young man came and brought his body back at night for burial. When I saw this, I was traumatized, and I said, you know what, if I'm going to die, I'm going to die standing. So left there, went to Achi and connected with 19th Battalion. So from there, the journey started. I left my family. I never saw them again until after the war. They let me go because I've been used to that kind of life. Anyway, so we went through Ogu. Ogu fell. No, before Ogu, they had this bombing of Ogu. It was terrible by these Egyptian pilots. Uri Ogu was pure massacre. It was unnecessary. Bodies everywhere. It was traumatic. Imagine at that age. We moved on, went to Lokbanta, Lokwinsu, all those areas, went to Okigwe, and then down to Ajale, went to 53rd Brigade, which is where I served for a time before joining the army. At a point, they're not my age, they never conscripted. They call it conscript, they call it mobilize. I was never mobilized, but I went on my own. I was, if I'm going to keep my gun, which was a steel-bought Madison, and my mobilet, my guy, in Orumba was called Mabiem. Mabiem means Brigade Major's son. Okay, so that's what they called me. I have my own mobilet, I have my gun. I could drive from Ikulobia to Umunze, and they all know me. So you don't touch me. I'm like a secret son. So it was it was a good time. And then I went in for the training at Umukabi. And after the training, came back, and then I needed to go see what's happening out there. So we went to Umogem sector, and then Uguabo, fought, do what you had to do, come back. This place was nasty. It was horrible. And the one that came to Ajale Hospital, Ajale is in Orumba. And I went to the morgue. Brother, it was horrible. Bodies, young men, laying down in cold slabs. I don't know how it came to my mom, but I said, if I survive, I'm going to tell you a story. That's what I said to myself. I kept it to me all through the war. And then the BM said I should go for Isulo, Basden Memorial Grammar School, to continue my education. We went in there and they were teaching us French. And I asked the teacher one day, why are we learning French in an English-speaking country? And he said, oh, you guys, your set is going to Gabon. And I said, I'm not going to Gabon. I stopped and joined the army. So the war ended it was easy to know that the war was over. And I loaded my gun, packed it, took my first salary, put it somewhere to give to my dad. Okay, that's how I didn't know what I thought about. Because, you know, you growing up, you know, the first money you make has to go to your dad for your dad to bless you. So trekked past the Man River, past Uji River, went back to the village, gave my dad the money. And then, of course, you can't go back to primary school. You have to start secondary school. So went back to secondary school, and then the story continues. But it was bad, you know, it was bad. I'll tell you this story. When we were in I was in secondary school, and Gowon was visiting Biafra for the first, visiting Enugu area for the first time, and around Udi. So at night we sat down, those who were in boys' company and those who were senior to us who were in the army. We planned to kill him. And the principal got to hear about it. And that was the end of the story. We were just, you know, a question of driving us home, and telling us not to come to school, and the war went home. So it wasn't funny. It was horrible. And a lot of things happened. I was in Port Harcourt when they bombed Port Harcourt. And I saw a whole lot of things. I was in Uli. When the place land, they use palm momolo, this palm kernel chaff, put it on a stake, light it up, and the planes land. You have heroes, man. You have people, heroes who do stuff, who did stuff, who fought. But at some point we knew it wasn't going to sustain, and it was over. And everything I saw, everything I heard, kind of came together. And the thing with staying where I was during the war is that you get to hear a lot of things. You get to hear stories from the officers, people like Nsudo, Colonel Nsudo, very brave guy. And of course, Colonel Hanacho, I have to remember, he was the commander of the 53rd Brigade from Ngobala. That guy was a brigade commander at 25. 25. Okay? So these are young men. Young men. Well, Ojukwu was 33, so what do you expect? So it was something. It's not something I wish we do not have to do. Like I told you about this people in the Borno area, they're going to grow up to be more. We found a way to deal with it. There's some name that Arab people give to their children. It's called Obi and Ene. It means that the heart takes a whole lot. So it took a whole lot for people to forget and move on. Of course, after the war, we still wanted to fight more, some more. You see, it's so good that this thing just ended the way it did, because people were prepared. All this talking about unknown gunmen, it could have been worse, because people were blaming Biafra for not being more brutal. So after the war, if it had continued as a guerrilla movement, it would have been more brutal. People would have died for nothing. But we kind of moved on in a different direction. But for me, the day ended was the day Rangers played with Mahala of Egypt and defeated them in Enugu. For me, that was the day the war ended, because we had it against Egypt and we used Rangers, which is a Biafran Rangers unit, a Biafran fighting unit. We turned it to soccer and used it to defeat Mahala. I don't know how it came to me, but I said, we beat Mahala. So that is beating all those Egyptian pilots who came killing people in Biafra. So, and here we are. Thank God. I'm here to tell the story of human. What I did was in 1997, I started the Nigeria-Biafra War memorial lectures. Just for people to tell their stories. You couldn't have been everywhere in Biafra. So people will come together and we tell the story so that we can say, oh, okay, look at what happened, And the younger ones will learn to say, whatever mistakes we made, let's not do it again. I hope this helps.
Let me go back. So, on the day of the coup, when they killed the prime minister, what was the reaction in Enugu where you were?
We didn't know. Rudy brought me back. I was about, because I was in Boy Scout. So we went to control the crowd for Archbishop Macarius. He wasn't just Archbishop. He was the head of state of Cyprus. So we were controlling the crowd going to MO Ene airport. So by the time we came home, we heard about the coup. We didn't hear it in the morning. We didn't hear it earlier. So when we came back from, you know how this, you go out, you come back home, you begin to hear that there was a coup. And then, of course, Obara had disappeared. Okay, so I think that was what saved him. If I thought they meant to kill him, I won't tell you now. But remember that in Enugu, they didn't have a very serious military unit. That's where 82 Div is now, which is by Abakaliki Road. Okay, so, and from what I read, Ifeajuna had driven all the way from Lagos after failing to kill Ironsi. They drove all the way back to the east. So what we read from first-hand accounts tells me that it was not properly executed as should have been. So people got lucky. People got lucky. Even Ojukwu himself got lucky in Kano. And I can tell the story how he got lucky. They were to kill him. When he got lucky, he was sleeping in the guest house of Ado Bayero, his friend. Okay? He was not in his official residence. Oh, which, by the way,
was he marked to be killed? Was he supposed to be? Was he on the list of people that were to be killed?
Of course, because he refused to. He was to be killed. I mean, Nzeogwu told him that. Okay, that he refused to release the money for the soldiers, and when you don't pay soldiers, you have problems. So even to this day, okay, so he was marked to be killed. Colonel Ude, who was supposed to kill him, said that. You know what happened with Ojukwu was quartermaster general and built 5th Battalion. First time they built a battalion, army cantonment in Kano. So he built the CO's house, commander's office, by the gate. So after Unegbe, who was supposed to be the CO 5th Battalion, told him, listen, we need to move this thing back. Ojukwu refused. They had a meeting with all other people, you know, have a good meeting. Let's do this. Ojukwu said no. But guess what? The week before Ato Unegbe went to Kano, they switched. Ojukwu left quartermaster and went to command 5th Battalion. Ato left commanding 5th Battalion to go and be quartermaster. And then when the coup happened, guess who died? Ato Unegbe. Who's his case matter from all the same Newu area? He's from Ozobulu. He came back from Newu. Okay, so that's how this things happened. He couldn't stay there because it was too noisy and his wife was having a baby. So the Ado Bayero, the emir, told him to come and stay in his guest house. So Ojukwu was spending the night in his guest house when these guys came, climbed through the ceiling as they did in Rochas Okorocha's Abuja house, and met nobody. So he survived and ended up quelling the coup in the north effectively. So without him, Nzeogwu was unstoppable. Okay.
Now, this Biafran story became an issue this year when Babangida, published his memoir. And there were so many things that came out of that book that a lot of people have been saying, but now that Babangida mentioned it, people now had issues and questioned them. But one of them I want you to talk about was there is this impression that almost everybody in the country knew that something was going to happen, that the military were not happy, that there could be a coup. Was that the feeling that people had that period and that the government was not doing well?
Of course. There was a coup already, okay? Awolowo was the coup. So we were not, the coup is not a new thing. There was rumors about coups, rumors about colonels, rumors about majors. Banjo was in front of one. In fact, he actually wanted to co-opt Ojukwu and Aburi Ejo. They refused. Okay, so there was talk about coup. Everybody know about coup that was going to happen. There's a general, Olufemi, he became an Oba. He talked about coup with Nzeogwu in Congo. When they came back, he told Nzeogwu, you know, I'm not going to do this again. Okay, from Ondo. You can Google him. So people knew about coups. Banjo is a big disciple of Azikiwe, and Azikiwe helped to calm that thing down. Even Dixon was supposed to be involved at that point. I don't know if you know the rumors, but Banjo had planned a coup of colonels. So they knew this is were coming. In Ibadan, there's a book Nzeogwu wrote. He talked about Chris Okibo and Soyinka, but all these people they were moving around, they were talking, they've seen scripts of what is to be read, and they know the Troika who planned this thing. Emmanuel Ifeajuna, Ademoyega, and Nzeogwu. There were the three of them. And surprisingly, there's a book that Nzeogwu wrote where he said that the three of them had different issues. It was not the same. Okay, Ifeajuna could be talking about getting Awolowo and making prime minister. The other two has their issues. Nzeogwu wasn't crazy about Awolowo. He wasn't crazy about politicians, actually. He calls Zig names. Ademoyega, maybe, of course, the situation in the West was nasty. It was horrible. What was happening in the West, the weight and everything. So they don't have the Nzeogwu's case from what I read about him because he's such a cultural and awesome man. So this is what is happening today. This House of Fulani issue. Nzeogwu was exposed to that. Okay, that the houses are being oppressed. Something has to happen. So they have different agenda. None of them was about anything to do with the Igbo people because the Igbo people have done to gain.
Well, how is it that a lot of Igbo leaders escaped or were not killed? What do you know?
There's no evidence to show that these guys planned to spare anybody or even planned to kill anybody. Let's put it that way. But things happen. If you look at the way it was executed, even the way Sardauna died, you see that these people were 29. Don't forget, they are not like us. They were not rational about these things. How do you kill a man and kill the wife? That's insane. Okay, who does that? Okay, they just got trigger happy. What's his name? Akintola fought back. Okay, he fought back. I hope you know that. He fought back before they shot him. Okay, what are you doing killing Okotebo? He's a money man. Listen, why are you killing him? Or Abubakar Tafawa was posed no threat to anybody. Okay, so I don't know why it happened the way. Who do you want to spare and who do you want to leave? Why didn't they kill Osadebe when they crossed Benin and then headed to Enugu to kill Okpara? Or take over? What was it? If you kill somebody, what does he stay? You kill him, then what? So I don't think they planned to kill anybody, just that it happened. Hiroshi was to die, he just got lucky. Okay? So I don't know. Zeke was out. Whether somebody told him or nobody told me, it doesn't matter. But the whole thing, even if the people that had this coup were from my village, all of them, they were from my village. And they killed everybody, but nobody from my village. How does that make it an ethnic coup of somebody? If we have to say that, let's go ahead and do it. The first coup becomes Yoruba coup. Soyinka has become a Yoruba coup. Diaz become a Yoruba coup. The one Obasanjo got involved becomes a Yoruba coup. The one Oka did becomes a thief coup. The one that Dimka did becomes a Lantan coup. The one that Murtala Mohammed did becomes an Hausa coup anyway. He's not even Hausa, he's from Edo State. So what are we talking about? It takes a fool to label a coup as an ethnic group. You can't do that. But my friends, when we get to that point, I tell you, is that what I talk about? Keep it to yourself. It makes you look stupid to think that the whole people will just sit down one night and plot to do such a heinous act. When they killed Murtala Mohammed, who killed him? Is that the people that told Dimka to go and kill Murtala Mohammed? Hell no. So we have to snap out of this. And everything somebody does, so the Igbo people, the Yoruba people, the Hausa people. No, nobody sent you. That's why we have to start by holding people responsible for their actions. I told you earlier about Kabila. Hold him, try him for whatever he did. Go and hold him, try for whatever he did. Okay, all the coups that happened after that, what did you do? We tried the people and killed them, right? You know how many people that died after Murtala Mohammed with Bisala? Up to Obasanjo went to why? They're killing all those people. By the way, one of them, ADSY, was not involved and they killed him. But at least they tried them.
So now it's important you are saying this because one of the things leveled against Aguirre was that he did not punish the coup plotters. What happened?
See, that's our problem. So he should just brought them and shot them. He was in power for 6 months. He has other things to do. Ifeajuna, who is the ringleader, is already in Ghana. He left dressed like a woman. I hope you know that. Yeah, you didn't know that. Yes. So Ironsi planned to have him. You know who he sent? Ironsi's advisor was Pius Okibu. So he asked him to call Chris, because Chris and Emma were friends. So he told Chris Okibu to go to Ghana, convince Emma Ifeajuna to come back, that he will get a fair trial. He didn't have to do that. But Ifeajuna came back. And then they locked him up in different places. That was Ironsi. I'm not in Ironsi's pocket. Nobody was commanding him. He barely escaped. His chief of staff, people around him knew that day he had come to a party and they were come to kill him, but he survived. Okay? So he did what he did, which in itself, by definition, is a coup. For him to take over was a coup. Because he didn't have to. Nobody says if you kill the prime minister, the army chief should take over. Nobody said that. Okay? So we have coups all over the place. Even Obasanjo's one was a coup. Okay? So the issue is this. People keep saying, oh, what about this? What about this? What about this? Fine. Even if they did, even if they discuss on who to kill and who not to kill, that's them. How does it become an Igbo coup? How does it become anything to do with Igbo? Nothing. Absolutely zilch. And it's a shameful that somebody who went to school will say, oh, they will deserve, they will kill them. You went on a killing spree and killed on July 29, 300 Igbo officers. What? Everybody out. For what? Because some of their colleagues, your own colleagues, killed some politicians. Now that you've taken over, why don't you get them, arrest them, try them, prison them, or shoot them at Babbage, whatever way you want to do. You don't go on a killing spree. You shouldn't. And then you kill them because of their ethnicity. That's crazy. You know, when I say I'm proud to be an Igbo person, I'm proud. Because we have never tried to kill people for who they are. I'm telling you, with the trains that brought back people from May 29th and then July 29th, and then the mass massacre of September 29th, bodies, headless bodies, women with stomach split. Yet we have northerners, how some people live in Kano Street in Obote, they live there. In the Water Road, how some people live there. Nobody ever got killed. In fact, Ojukwu, his greatest regret, which I read in Kanayo Sinulaw's book, was that he told Igbo people to go back to the north after May 29, that everything is okay. Because he lived there, he believed that the Biafra, everything is calm. They went back and they were killed some more. So when you look at this, you wonder what's happened. We never do that. Even with all these killings that happen, never a day people come out, oh, let's go and kill our people. No, you don't do that. That's one thing we have to learn. When somebody does something, bring the person, try him. A certain Rodriguez went and killed 2 Jewish people in that time. I haven't seen Jewish people rising, going to Latino communities and killing every Latino. That's what we did in Nigeria. So what this idea of who did this, we can talk about it academically. Oh, did they plan it? Oh, did they do this? Oh, did they do what? Did they do that? We can do that, but don't, for goodness sake, let it on an ethnic group, any ethnic group.
Okay, so there were efforts to settle the issue. one of the things that happened was the meeting at Aburi. How did you, at that time, see what was going on, the efforts that was being made to settle the tension in the country so that there won't be war? What did you see as a kid or that period? How did you see that effort?
It was well received. It was well received. When Ojukwu went to Aburi and came back, he was a hero. And I'm telling you this not because I heard, but I was there. I was there. You could see it. Okay? From that January till May 27, when Gowon did his thingy, declared pulled out of what have you, he was in constant communication with Ojukwu. Ojukwu told me himself when he came to Newark. He said he still, I was asking him, why not write about this? He said, I have it. The last time he saw the taping, he was taping all these things. He has the recordings. In fact, Gowon at point told him that the northern soldiers want him to continue with the Arawa issue, which is breakup of Nigeria. The British guy that told him, you don't do that. You better stick with it. He told Ojukwu. So they were talking for 4 months. Why don't you tell him, oh boy, let's go back to Addis Ababa, for example, or back to Ghana and talk some more that since people didn't agree with what I told you. People have been telling us that it was Oba of Benin, Solomon Radiowa, that convinced him. No, I just read his book last night. I read his book last night. People were worrying about him, what he said about Ikore people. But nobody went to check that this guy, there were a group of them. In fact, Ojukwu was talking with Ejo, visiting with Ejo within that period. They could have resolved this thing. Since we went abroad, they said, oh, we don't want it to want a different story. Fine. Let's sit down and talk some more. But Gowon wasn't talking. Then boom, he did this. Ojukwu himself said, okay, if he doesn't do this, this is where we go. He set up a constituent assembly made up of all who is who in the whole of Eastern region. Ijo, Ifik, Ibibio, Igbo, they were all together. And they said, no, if he doesn't agree, we're going this way. And let me tell you this. If Ojukwu had not declared Biafra, he would have been gone. The number of people in Enugu that day on Aburi will stand. You couldn't find it. If a pin drops, you wouldn't get to the ground.
What would have happened if he didn't declare Biafra?
Oh, he would have been removed.
By who?
By the people. It was that bad. Because the people so believe in Aburi. Because remember, the pogrom did not cause the war. Yes, we saw the killings. It was horrible. 50,000 people killed in one day, within September 29. But we said, okay, this had been brewing for a long time. Now they've had their full, no problem. Now let's sit down and try to manage our own small corner and define how we relate with the other regions. That was Aburi. They said, oh, what did you say confederation? Why did you do all these are stories? Like I told you, Gowon did that thing, in my own belief, to get his people, the middle belt, out of the so-called Fulani domination. He saw a path and he took it. And that's why we have the 12 states. He's not a fool. He was there when this was discussed. They said, oh, Ojukwu went to the press first, Ojukwu spoke first. Rubbish. The guy could not be trusted. He couldn't even be trusted to take charge of his own son. You live with a woman in Durham Barracks, the most secure place. You know, she got pregnant, had a child, and you're thinking the child is not yours for 40 years. Who does that? So he's a liar. The same thing happened after the war. You discuss with Effiong, we got the whole thing straightened about the 3 V's and no victor, no vanquish. You turned around and you did something else. You can't trust that man. That was the whole thing. So let's let the blame where it is. Ojukwu has his own problem, and there are many of them. But in this particular issue, Ojukwu was the last Biafran. He was the last Biafran. He never believed that Gowon would send soldiers to Enugu through Nsukka. He never believed it would happen. He was too trusting. The same way he trusted Banja, by the way. So here we are.
Okay, so the war started, and there was a point where, and this has been referred to by many people, where the Biafrans left the Biafran territory and went towards Lagos. What was that about?
The worst mistake throughout the war. The worst mistake. But you have to look at the background. Ojukwu was more Yoruba than Igbo at this point. He was born in Zungeru. He's a Lagos boy. Okay? He spent a short time in Igbo, and I don't think his Igbo was even to have a conversation at that point. So he has all these guys around him. And then from whatever he discussed with Awolowo, the West goes, North goes, that's not even the issue. But the issue is that Soyinka came up with this idea of uniting Nigeria via killing Gowon and killing Ojukwu. It's open. He wrote, I have the book here, I can show you the page. And then he came to Enugu. Soyinka came to Enugu and tried to sell the idea to Chris Okibo. Chris said, by Soyinka's own writing, he said, Soyinka, listen, I'm not a violent person. I'm going to stay with this thing. I'm not part of it. If Ojukwu had wanted to move to the West, do you know who would have been the best candidate? Nzeogwu. 2 days, a week before he passed. To this day, nobody knew who killed him. But his body found a way back to his native town, Kaduna. Okay? So I saw some guy trying to rewrite history by saying, oh, Ojukwu wanted to dominate the West, wanted to take over the West. Hell no. The letter he wrote is a prime example. He said, listen, I'm giving you this charge, these soldiers, to help you liberate your people. And they'll be there as long as you were able to get an army to ward off a standard dream, then they can come back. Because remember, we're still at war. Nsukka sector was still booming. But we use our resources, young men. My father's first cousin was in that. He came back to Enugu when the whole thing collapsed. And later I started hearing how the whole thing was done. I don't know, this is not public knowledge, but it's published somewhere. Obasanjo was in the whole thing, but he told Soyinka, by Soyinka's own admission, not to allow Biafran soldiers to move into Lagos, because they moved into Lagos, the Yoruba will not like Igbo soldiers coming and taking over all that thing. Then what are you doing at Ore all these days? And remember that Ojukwu had told him in that letter, specifically, if you get to Benin, keep moving, don't stop. Don't get involved with their local administration. But guess what? Banjo got to Benin and started making statements and started giving orders. They went to they stopped. The first just were restless. They moved to Auchi, they moved to Sapele, they moved everywhere in the Midwest, but they couldn't get into Lagos because they were not ordered to do that. And the Gowon, who was preparing to leave, now did what? Have Muritala set up a second division, and they just walked past. There was no fighting. So what was the thing about? What was that all about? So I call it the greatest mistake that Ojukwu made is to take that route. And that's a certain Madebo is saying. Let people handle their problem. Remember that Okpara had gotten involved when we had the weight in the West, in Ibadan. He also got involved. So it's all history, but let's not twist it to mean something else. Soyinka said it in his book, and I'll give you the page. I marked it. I have all these books written. Okay, where he said this is what the third force was about. Alan Lewis and a Ijaw guy was involved. Ifeajuna was involved. Banjo was involved. Abon was involved. And when they shot them, nobody has. Badiwa was there.
Yeah, I wanted to know what was the feeling in Biafra when they killed Ifeajuna.
Oh boy, this saboting is a bad thing. I mean, nobody, they just killed them. They gave them what they call the military justice, tied them up and shot them. By the way, if Ojukwu had caught Soyinka before Gowon, he would have been dead because he was involved. Okay, so the feeling was, how will I call it? It's not blood test. It's like relief that we have rooted out the saboteurs. By the way, Nzeogwu was also arrested. Remember, Nzeogwu was the first commander of the Biafran army. Ojukwu just locked him up. They said, oh, Nzeogwu was a saboteur. He wasn't. Really, he wasn't. Okay? And he survived the war, thank God. But these other four, they were involved. And Ojukwu had tapings of their discussion with the British officer in Benin, where they had planned these things. So, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because you send somebody to go do something, you got to give it to Ojukwu. He had a clear mind to help Banjo take over the Keep Moving Yoruba, the Western region, and then something got wrong. They got it wrong. Even in Biafra, everybody knew that what's his name, Ifeajuna, was plotting a coup. And Nzeogwu was not even under Biafran Army command. He has his own group of boys, but nobody could touch him. Yes, he was on his own. So nobody knew who really got him first. Whether it was the Biafran side, Ojukwu never trusted him. Okay? That got him. So there are a lot of things that we need to unravel, that we need to ask questions. Whenever I see a little thing like this, I ask questions and I say, what is happening? I've been very interested from day one. That when I met Colonel Languna, who was Gowon's roommate at Sandhurst, and I told him, sir, you owe us a book. And one thing I just wanted to know was what happened that day you and Effiong walked into Northern Barracks to end the war. He wrote the book. He's now passed, bless his soul. So we have a lot to learn. Instead of just spraying our mouth and saying, oh, I did this, I did that. Nobody won that war. There's one good thing that Gowon did, thanks to listening to Obi Aseka, who brought out the idea of no victor, no vanquished. Elias was huffing and puffing. You have to write that you surrendered, that otherwise we go back to war. And why do we go back to war? These guys are already in Lagos, and you want them to just come out of the house, you leave them, they go back to Biafra, and then start collecting guns again and fighting. Who does that? Okay, so sometimes we let passion, emotions, and all this get the best of us. So we have to be clear-eyed. We can't do this again. I take you back to the northern guy who's talking about the East having Igbo and Owambe, why they suffer. That's Nigeria for you. If we could talk about Biafra, we will not do Boko Haram. We will not do another war. We don't have to fight. We just have to find a way to accommodate each other. It's simple. It's easier.
Now, a lot of people are waiting. They've been waiting for a long time. I will let them in, but I will reserve the right to ask questions. I have so many questions. But before they come in, one last question. So after all these years, Biafra Memorial, we do it in some ways, in some places. There is nothing really centralized.
Thank you.
People have said that the federal government is not doing it for us. Why is it that the people in the former Eastern region are not doing it themselves? Why is it that, for instance, we don't have a memorial where we have names of people who died in Biafra? Why is it that, I know there have been a lot of issues about Oji River, and the people who are there, former veterans who are begging. Do you think that not people like you who are veterans who fought, I'm talking about that the rest of the Igbo society or the South, the East, the former Eastern region, that they've done enough to preserve the history and legacy of people who fought that war?
I wish I have an answer for you, but it's not because I'm here, but I did my best. Okay, when I started it, we had a mass to remember those who died. We had a lecture. The second year, Professor Echerue came. It was done in Colombia. Okay. The third year, we had Professor Bunimba, who was in RAP. We had Ujia Fulezi. So the story is this. Nigeria, I don't want to say this, does not owe us that, or it could help. Remember that after the war, mentioning the name Biafra was taboo. At a point, before you say Biafra on paper, you have to put it on in quotes. Okay? But it affected all of us. In 2020, Yemi Osibanjo delivered a Biafra memorial lecture at Abuja. And the man said things that nobody knew about him. His aunt is married to an Igbo man. When they were going to leave, they told the man not to go. The man left. And to this day, they never heard about the man again. He was a small boy. He has a friend who is a Mecca, left from school the day where I played. So my mother wants me back home. She went home and they left for East. He never saw a Mecca to this day. He's living with that all these years. I never said it. On that day, he said it. He was the lecturer for the lecture in Abuja. In the East, they don't want you to do that. Oh, don't talk about Biafra. Fine. I don't know how else. If I had the money, I will make it happen in Enugu or nowhere or anywhere. Look at the Hajoku lecture that we even do about Yam. That one is dead too. People just want somewhere where it's comfortable, where you can make some money and then go away. I stayed on it until World Igbo Congress said, oh, Mo will take it over. I gave it to them, they killed it. So it's good to have this. We even designed that we have what we call a memorial wall, where we have the names of those who died. Okay, so just for remembering, nothing else. We talk about OG. Remember I raised money in the Ladema project, where I was every month I was going to them and giving them money not to go to beg, where I call the Wounded Knee Junction. That in one of the hallmarks of Biafra was that we will not beg, we will not, in fact, begging was tabooed. That's Ahara Declaration. But after the war, those who fought for that principle were begging. So I was raising money. I bought what's it called? This grinding machine for their wives. Some of them have young wives who go to market, they buy something, they grind something, they make some money. So, but I wasn't, whatever I get, I send to them every month. So at least they can stop going for one day a week or twice, because most of them are getting old. And the Oji River, where they live, to the Express Junction is quite of a distance. Okay? That's what I do. I was doing it. I met Sullivan Chima and said, could you help? And, give people some money so they don't have to go begging every day. Then Wazirike came with his masop, packed them, went to his village and kept them there. Why? So I'm not interested in Biafra resuscitation, rehabilitation, reactualization. No, I left him alone. So the OG thing closed. Oh, World Igbo Congress has started building was the toilet roll factory, so they can work and sell. Chief Gowon was the chairman then. Later, Carlo, KKD, Diogo, took over, and they were trying to do this to make them there. What happened was after the war, Aseka moved them from Enugu to what's it called? To Oji River, out of sight. So nobody was seeing them again until I found about it and got involved. The rest is now history. So we can do more. I'm ready. I'm getting old. I want the young ones to get involved, but they are more interested in IPOB and all this other fighting again. So if you fall down, during the winter, you slip down, you fall in the snow, you settle down before you get up again. Let's settle these things that we do. Let's, expunge the spirit, settle the spirit. That's what you do to a spirit. You don't kill a spirit. You cannot kill a spirit. You only find a way to placate it, settle it. We need to placate the spirit of Biafra. that is still around. How we do it is up to us. I hope it answers the question.
All right, thank you. We didn't even get a chance to get to the works you've done. You've written several books, some of them fiction, some of them non-fiction. I think the one you're looking at is your novel, 2007, Nina, which I read. A wonderful work. I also know that you just published a book on Ordinary, which people can get it on Amazon, and so many others. You have several books. We will. I know we are going to have another conversation on Friday, which is the actual day that people are remembering Biafra and the people that fought during that war. But your latest work is actually called "The Fundamentals of Ordinary: Igbo Scientific."
Spirituality.
Yes, spiritualities. Can you tell us briefly before I get the people who are in the studio to interact with you? Can you give us a brief summary of what you try to do with the fundamentals of Ordinary?
It's really very simple. By 30 years ago, when Ojukwu said the Igbo have no religion, if they have a religion, what is the name? So I came out, responded, it was in Gamji.com. If you remember, this is way back when I was publishing Kwenu. So I wrote back and I said, no, we have a religion. Okay, you might not have the name you call it, but we have a religion. And the religion is Ordinary. I gave it Ordinary as a name. So I left it there, and we all went out doing our Christian thing, whichever way we can. But recently, the young men are going back and using the name Ordinary as an Igbo religion, and also to do a lot of things. Well, Soludo came up and said, he's banned this, he's banned that. And I came up with this book to say, listen, this is Igbo religious faith. If the young men are going back to it, we have to find a way to define it for them so that they know where to stop, what not to do. Okay? All these guys locked up now for doing some medicine. Nobody has told me why they should be locked up. So they did medicine. Yeah, so what? Prayer is medicine. If you do an analysis of what their concoction and find a human body there, run the DNA, and it gets back to neck or door or whatever, then you have a case. We don't lock people up and say, oh, they're doing concoction, they're doing this and that. No. The Nigerian Constitution says that you cannot interfere with people's faith. Otherwise, all these other guys, all these fake prophets, all these tithe takers should also be arrested. So I said to myself, why don't you do a book that kind of explain what this Ordinary is? Because I'm the one that brought out the name. What the heck is it about? And I told them what it is. Every Igbo person to this day, whether you are a church, Muslim, whatever, we believe in a simple concept of chi. Okay? That's your destiny. That's the palm print. Akalaka, your destiny. We believe in all this. We believe in circumcision on the seventh day. We believe in some other things like Ibanku, like Omogo. We believe in all that. That's part of our religion because it's not structured. Doesn't give you the right to say that those who want to follow that path alone are wrong. And they went as far as declaring Anambra State a Christian state. Hell no. It's not a Christian state. Predominantly Christian, yes. There are those who want to follow that path. We've seen a priest who shot a young boy last Christmas. Did Christ tell him to go shoot somebody? No. If you have somebody who's practicing Ordinary and the person wants to commit a crime, lock him up. So my writing that book is to get us aware of the fact that most of the things we do in Igbo culture is actually based on the fundamentals of Ordinary, which is, it is anchored in earth. This earth, Ani, is a god. It's what you call Alosi. It's a god that we keep sacred. If you want to say the truth in Igbo land, you take off your shoes and put your feet straight to the earth. Okay, everything is about earth. killing is the wrong. You can't kill anybody. That's our religion. You can't kill people because you can't make a person. It's the highest crime. Even Okonkwo and Things Fall Apart wasn't killed for killing somebody. They have to exile him for 7 years. And then when you come back, you're coming back as a new person. It's assumed that you are dead. Okay, so we don't kill people. So those things are things I'm prone to bring back and say, look at the way we do. Okay, look at the way Igbo took off. Every girl in America now wants a Igbo. They don't want to do white wedding. That's the way it should be. The first one I wrote about colonial communion, we have a way. Who has kola nut harmed? You pray over kola nut and say, oh no, it's evil worship. It's idol worshiping. That one is past. So I kind of stay in front and try to bring out issues that should be of interest to us, something that will help us as a nation to survive. Okay, maybe I'm trying to stay away from writing about my Biafran stories, but now I've opened up to it. I feel a little bit relieved. That's some of the stories I told here. I've never told it to, and told them to anybody. But it's good to talk. It's good to say things, you know.
All right. Thank you so much, Mo, and we really appreciate the work you've put in. I know I used to write on Queno.com, and I was able to reach a lot of people, and some of my friends I have today were people I met when I was writing for Queno. All right, let's go to people who are here. If you're in the studio and you want to join us, please turn on your camera. If your camera is not on, we are not going to bring you on. Tony, you're first. Welcome to the show, and go ahead with your question or comment.
Good afternoon, Dr. Damages. Professor Mo, I welcome you. Glad to have you at the platform. I have listened to your rendition, some of them first-hand information that you garnered, and then some probably that you read. It's just a brief comment before I ask my question. For me, it's sad that Ojukwu didn't write his own account, the book, as he claimed before he died. Maybe that would have added to the plethora of materials that we have already in existence. But that said, you talked about the first bombing. You said took place somewhere in the east. I think I beg to differ, because the first bombing took place sometime around September, and it was in my town. It was in Asaba. Shortly after federal Biafran troops withdrew, from their Midwest invasion. Not long after that, I think about 2 weeks or so, there was a MiG, a Nigerian MiG, that came to bomb. And in fact, from what we suspected, my father's house was targeted, because twice the bomb fell just a few inches away from my father's house. And I saw it. The relics are still there. I just wanted to chip in that maybe you could research that, and that could also add to our knowledge of some of the events. But that said, from my readings, I found out that the General Ironsi did send Ojukwu, who was in Kano, to go and talk to Nzeogwu, talk to him to stop further prosecution of the coup of that coup, because he was still boiling. He was angry that it didn't really succeed, and he still wanted to go ahead. So against the background of what you said, that Ojukwu was targeted, I'm wondering how is it that if Ojukwu was targeted and he was sent to Nzeogwu to talk to him to calm down, and Nzeogwu didn't, Nzeogwu accepted if Ojukwu was targeted? That's my question.
Okay, thank you so much. Very easy, my brother. Before Asaba, the war has already started in Nsukka. Before Asaba, there's a young man they call Johnny. He's a Polish Jew. Has taken the B-26 that are abandoned in the MO airport to go and harass Lagos.
Yeah.
Before Asaba, Enugu has been bombed. I saw it. Remember, that was why when did the war start? July 7th.
September. September.
No, no.
September 1967.
Brother, when we talk, we will just go and get a book, open it up, and say what it is that happened and when it happened. Okay? The war started July 1967. July 6th, 1967, Nigeria declared war on Biafra. Okay? September 25 was when Banjo and Co were killed. So earlier they had been going to Benin. Before we went to across the Niger, Asaba and the Midwest, they were peaceful, no problem. It was Banjo that crossed, got to Benin and stopped when Major Albert Okonkwo, a medical doctor, was the administrator.
Yes.
Biafra had no design on the Midwest. They want to keep it the way it is. That was why Ojukwu warned Banjo in writing, don't do this. He went and did, but anyway, that's not what your question. My brother, believe me on this one. The first bomb, nobody even knew you were bombing. It wasn't even a MiG. When the MiG fighter came, the war had started. When the war was initially starting, Nigeria had nothing like a bomber. They had a passenger plane, was designed and used to drop a bomb. And that bomb did not even explode, by the way. The other one, you made a mistake of saying that Ironsi sent Ojukwu. You don't know Ojukwu. If you know Ojukwu, Ojukwu wouldn't go to talk to Nzeogwu. Because I told Nzeogwu, if you want your money, come to Con and get it. You know who he sent? A colonel that just came back from London, from the Midwest. Wow. Have you heard of him? That's
yes, I know him. He's from Bender. He's from Delta.
Delta,
I know.
Of course. Ojukwu knows. Ironsi knew these things. He knew that Nzeogwu will not listen to Ojukwu. He doesn't like him. He didn't like him. Sorry. He said, "Well, who is an elderly person who talked to Nzeogwu? Who he sent to Nzeogwu?"
So, Prof,
and Nzeogwu agreed.
So, Prof, are you saying that narrative, because this is not my own words, these are accounts that are documented. So, are you saying that's not correct?
Believe me, he did not. He sent Chris Okigbo, Chris the poet, to Ghana to go get MO Ifeajuna. He sent Colonel Nwawo. You know where? Okay, forget about it. I'll show you where you go to get it. The story correct. Read Obasanjo. Nzeogwu. End of story. That will settle the matter. He didn't say he couldn't have sent to Ojukwu. Ojukwu didn't even get to Kaduna anymore. He just came from Kaduna straight to. No, he sailed from Kano straight to Enugu to become the regional governor. So he didn't meet when Nzeogwu appeared in Enugu. He never went to meet Ojukwu for anything. Ojukwu didn't give any commission. He just paid rogue and went to Nsukka, and he was very popular. He was very, very popular in the East. So you don't see, did not send Ojukwu to go and beg Nzeogwu. And again, I could tell you directly that Mrs. Maduabum wrote A Soldier's Spouse, and he knew all these guys closely. The husband was the paymaster of 5th Battalion, Kano. He knew the Onwatuegus, the Nzeogwus, Mobolaji Johnson. They were a military family. She wrote a book, which I have these things are documented. I can tell you this for free. Okay? Here. At 23, they killed her husband. She was 23 with 5 children. Okay? So these stories are there. He couldn't have sent Nzeogwu because they knew, Ironsi knew that Nzeogwu and Ojukwu never got along. So oversaw that story from everything I've told you now, and from the reference I've made, read Obasanjo's book about Nzeogwu. It was Colonel Wawo, who just came back from London, that Ironsi sent to talk to Nzeogwu.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Before we go to, I think the next person is Chim, I believe. Before we go to him, there's a question on the comment section from Nwachukwu. I can't find it, but I think if I remember what I read, he wanted to know, did Ojukwu release Awolowo from prison? I actually have an answer that Ojukwu gave, but go ahead. I wanted you to answer. That's
it's common sense. It's common sense. Somebody says we know. Ojukwu was the governor of Eastern Region. Awolowo was locked up in Eastern Region. What do you expect? Okay, Obasanjo, Awolowo also went and paid homage to him. Is it a secret? It's not a story. He did. But what the person may be asking is whether Ojukwu on his own woke up one morning and say, oh, Chief Awolowo, out of there, go home. I mean, he couldn't have done that. Somebody in Lagos surely passed on the order to him. And the Word Boko was here last time talking about, what's his name? Adekaboro. Okay? He started in Libero, and somebody, Ojukwu just didn't wake up and say, oh, you know, Adekaboro, I'm going to come get you and kill you. No. Somebody was telling him, listen, this guy is in your territory. Go shut him up. Okay? In this case, somebody told him, Awolowo is in your territory, let him go.
So are you saying it's Gowon that told him? Could
be Ronsi, I don't know.
Okay.
But somehow, you see, the thing is, things were happening very fast. So maybe the whole thing was on the way, coming down when Ronsi was killed, or Gowon did it. Whoever did it, I will very much doubt that Ojukwu woke up one morning and released Awolowo. Maybe he could have, you know, proposed it or whatever, but the actual release of the guy from Calabar prison was done by the military governor of Eastern Region, Lieutenant Colonel Chukwemeka Ojukwu, period.
Okay. I have a video, an interview I had with Ojukwu in 2001. I will release it sometime this week, and I actually asked that question and he gave an answer. So it will be up on our platforms as part of this Biafra Memorial.
Just a minute, Rudolf. Let me answer his order. The Tony asked a question about Ojukwu.
Okay.
When Ojukwu came to New York, when I took that picture with a blue shirt that they used during his memorial, that was me. I took that picture. Okay. I asked him, why don't you write about what happened? He said, jocosely, that Gowon should first write, that he started it. That was his answer. You know how he talked? We laughed. He said seriously that he would write. If he didn't write, he left behind enough materials to tell his part of story. And I believed him when he said that he had the recordings from Aburi. He had the recordings of Gowon calling him almost every day and talking to him. He had the notations, he had everything. And of course, there were witnesses who talked about what happened, those who saw bits and parts. So these are something, even if Ojukwu writes, Ojukwu was not everywhere. He wasn't everywhere. Some people have to tell the stories to make up what happened. American Civil War, we're still writing books and selling to this day after so many years. People begin to see different angles of what happened. So the same way with Nigerian crisis, we have to see it from different perspectives. Who made what mistake, who did what. But this idea of, we did this, no, it wouldn't help. So like you asked me this question, I told you now, you might not believe me, but one day when you get access to these materials, you see that that maybe I told the truth, because you cannot always say you are absolutely correct. But I'm giving you the versions of what happened. About the writing, Rudolf here will be my witness. Ojukwu was here. We went to see him. In fact, we were going to receive him from Penn Station. By the time we are walking across, we see the man walking walking from Penn Station to the hotel. You know, he is. I was impressed. You know, such a man you old in awe. We're just walking around the street in USA. So that's my answer to that.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm not sure the sequence that people came in, so bear with me if you will get everybody. Chim, you're next.
Rudolf, thank you very much. Dr. Mo, pleasure to meet you again.
Thank you.
I've been wanting to ask this question, but this is a follow-up from the last time you were on the program. You've made the same comment, although I get a bit conflicted listening to that comment and in the light of what you just said earlier on. So last time when we had you on the show, you said the Nigerian Civil War was needless, that you know, the people who just fought a war, they didn't even know what they were fighting for. Mm-hmm. So I've always tried to play that in my head. I'm not exactly sure I agree. I know you know what you're saying, mm-hmm. but I don't assume I agree with you. But the point is, I would like you to explain what you mean, because I've heard you here talk about the massacre and the fact, because people always say Igbos were killed. I prefer to say Southeasterners living in the north were targeted, because it was not only Igbos that lived in the north. Yeah. We had people from all the other seemingly, if you want to call them smaller groups or whatever it is you want to call them. Mm-hmm. So that's number one. And the other one is on the Obi issue, which Rudolf asked you earlier about his role, and he played the video. We've had the privilege of having Mr. Obi on this program. And one of the questions I asked him, which speaks to what you said about him earlier and what Rudolf was alluding to, I see Mr. Obi as a pacifist. He has this pacifist tendency, which I frown at personally. He seems to be wanting to please everyone, and I don't understand why he does that. When he was on this show, we asked him, yes, I agree, and I appreciate the fact we're not practicing a parliamentary system, but coming off the election and the popularity he rode on, which rubbed off on the candidates who won election in the Labour Party, especially to the National Assembly, one would have expected him to have taken advantage of that to kind of rein those members of the National Assembly in and have a party control on them. He didn't do any of that. Today, we see those people now calling his bluffs. Some of them are beginning to cross carpet into APC and all that. So I don't know, what would you say that Obi is, like I rightly said, is a pacifist? Would you say really he's playing a naive kind of politics? That's my view, and I don't think that naivety will take him anywhere by 2027. Should he be running the second time? And like you rightly said, I agree. He might not even get up to 1 million votes next time.
My brother, you said it all. There's nothing more to add. We don't know what will happen, but I believe the only thing I'll give will be, with his pacifist approach, is that he didn't let people go to the street, because these guys were ready to do harm. Okay, that you can give to him. But the second one, which you also alluded to, is that he could have held Labour Party more closer. Okay, let it drift. There was no excuse for that. But hey, you're not there, I'm not there. He knows what he did. Okay, let me go to this first one, killings. Yeah. Even up to today, once you cross Ore, going eastwards, everybody's Igbo. That's sad. Okay, that's sad. Even people who are nominally Edo, Yoruba, they all class them as Igbo. Okay, in Lagos, it's still happening to this day. So everybody was killed in the north. Once you are come to be Igbo, you are dead, or they harm you. So it's still happening. The reason why it affects Igbo people more is that they are the more visible ones, because they have stores, they have materials, they have merchandise that people could loot and steal. So it's unfortunate, but it happened to everybody, even down to Efik. You know, I laugh when they say, "Oh, Biafra was an Igbo nation." It wasn't. It was a mixed country. People from all over. The first person is MO Ojukwu, who is Lagosian by all purpose and purposes. The second person is an Efik man, Effiong. Okay. The third person is Enu Aban, who is not Igbo. In fact, the most popular guy in Biafra was Okonkwo. Whenever he says something, that's what goes. And he's not Igbo. He was not Igbo. Okay. Some of the top officers in Biafra were not Igbo. The best being Colonel Achibong. Okay. So they were. It was a big say. It was until Kurubo crossover. It was the way they have a job guys who were also in the conflict. Like what Abuko said last time, the name Biafra actually came from Franco Pigo, who is a job. Okay, so that's how this thing happened. But according to Needless, my brother, that war was avoidable. Totally avoidable. It was not necessary. Gowon and Ojukwu were talking constantly. You see, remove pogrom. Pogrom was bad, terrible. We had gotten over it at some point. The issue became, how do we then move on? Remember that after Aburi, Aguiyi-Ironsi's body was released. It was brought back to Umuahia and laid to rest. Nobody died. Nobody quarreled. Nothing. We agreed to talk for peace. So sometimes don't take that because I'm saying I'm talking from the Biafran side. No. Ojukwu, call it whatever you want. They never believed that Gowon will come after him. That war could have been avoided. You didn't have to resort to attacks, okay, and destruction of lives. Okay, some people say, oh, they fought because of oil. Fine. When you captured Port Harcourt, captured the Ijaw areas, captured Calabar, all the areas that you had oil, why not stop and then talk? Biafra was no longer a threat at that point. It was no longer a threat. Yet you continued. You brought in these Egyptian pilots with Russian Illusion fighters, and you were killing civilians all over the place. For what? And you think you could subdue the people? No. The way they turned out and brought Biafran babies, Biafra still fought a gentleman war, attacking only airports and military cantonments. Those Biafran babies, not one of them was shot down. Okay? Calvin Rosen trained Biafrans to fly that plane. I don't know if people know this. We have two airports in Biafra, by the way. We have the Hiala, and we have the Oga Airport. At Oga Airport, we went there to see these planes. They were like mosquito toys. Okay? Very small thing. They just come out. If you come to Oga Airport, you will see the planes. You have to go inside where they were camouflaged under trees. Then they push them out. Then they move on earth, not hard surface. And they fly out. And they bomb places and they come back. And they never for once bombed a civilian population, a civilian target. Okay? So, until, well, this was another story. The main planes they were supposed to bring, some people went out, bought horrible planes. One landed in Portugal and fell apart. The other one was not bought, and it was bad. A lot of things went bad. But I'm telling you, my brother, trust me, that war was not necessary. We could have avoided it if they had just talked for 2 more. I'll give you an example. Let's go meet somewhere else. Let's go to Addis Ababa. Let's go to Kampala. By the way, Gowon went to Kampala and lost his position. And the same pilot that took Ojukwu to Africa took Gowon to Kampala. I don't know if you guys know that. And the Chagai. So it's interesting. Sometimes we can laugh about these things, talk about them. There are stories. You don't know, nature is, universe is telling us something.
So when you say it's unavoidable, there's this question.
It's avoidable.
Oh, it's avoidable.
Was avoidable, yes.
Yeah, was avoidable.
It was avoidable.
But
yes.
who failed? How could it have been avoided? Is it both sides or one side?
Well, you know what? I'm tired of this talking about both sides. No, say it the way it is. Gowon started the war. He declared war on Biafra. And when people said, oh, what are you doing? People asked, what the heck are you doing? What did Gowon say? Anybody remember?
Police action. I thought he said it was going to be a
Thank
police
you very much. He said it was a police action. Police action, who were you going to arrest? You think you just walk back from Nsukka, go to Enugu and take Ojukwu? Are you crazy? The guy waged a war. So let's not think about anything. He waged a war. And don't tell me about going to the West. Go to the West, I've said it here, was a terrible mistake. Ojukwu should have done it. But that was after the war had started. Okay?
All right. Before we go to the next person, let me play this video because what you are saying now is I think it's a press conference that Ojukwu gave just before the war. If it comes on, I hope it does.
If civil war comes, and I do think it is imminent, you're quite right. It will for us be the price of freedom. Our people here have for a long time been prepared for this eventuality, and I am confident of their readiness. I think that when it does come, that the people on the other side would be surprised as to what they're going to get. And I'm confident that it will not last long. I can't say for certain what Lagos has got. When we lost direct contact with Lagos, they had some 4 battalions ill-equipped, and I know that they have been purchasing a lot of arms since, and I know that they have negotiated and received a few armored vehicles. Prior to that, they had some scout cars. I know they have tried to get planes. I am not sure they have got them there. But on our side, we too have not been sitting quietly. There has been quite a lot of build-up. And I think what I have here is sufficient to maintain the integrity of Biafra and more.
All right. That was Ojukwu just before the war, and it's always interesting to see before and after what people imagined things to be.
Rudolf, that thing was, I think it was psych talk. I'm telling you, my uncle came back from Nsukka sector with a double barrel, quote me, okay? But he's right. It wouldn't have lasted longer, no matter what Nigeria got. If you had Biafra fight Nigeria with equal supply of arms on both sides, Nigeria wouldn't stand a chance. When they brought the Egyptian pilot, Nigeria had no pilot to fly any plane. When they brought the Russian illusions, they had to bring in Egyptian pilots who couldn't come to army barracks to drop bombs. They have to target churches and markets. I told you about Ogu. I saw that with my 2 eyes. So what happened? Listen, you have Biafran army officers who are great tacticians. What happened in Abagana? What happened in Abagana? These guys could have, it wouldn't have lasted long. But talking about having all these things, we had people. We have people ready to fight and die. And they will tell you, take my bullet when I die, oh Biafra. If I happen to die, take my bullet. So that is, don't allow it to waste, oh. Take it. A lot mentor, we shot a goat and cooked it, and T1 we came, chewed a bit. True story, I said it before. He threw a pebble, a bullet. He looked at us and said, "Are you guys stupid? You're wasting bullets." Everyone was conscious of the fact that we didn't have much. But we have raw courage. So what Ojukwu was saying there is a message to go and don't try this no. So it wasn't that he had all that blah blah blah. He didn't have all that. He didn't. Okay, so it was raw courage. It was psychological. It didn't work because Gowon still came over.
All right, Michael, you're next.
All right. Hello, everyone. Dr. Rudolph, once again, thank you so much for allowing me to come in. And Dr. Mo, it's a pleasure meeting you again. We thank you so much for your in-depth knowledge of that part of Nigeria. The question I have for you and my comment is this. When we talk about Biafra, and then Jim has alluded to it, it seems that we only talk about Igbos, the eastern part of Nigeria. Because when I was young enough to know about the war, which happens to be like 1967, and I happened to move to Zaria, and I see the remnant of the war, especially in the Igbo community in Zaria, how the destruction of the market, how it happens to them. So I was able to see that. But and again, my uncle was very young. He was enrolled in the Nigerian army. We only saw him going. We never see him coming back. And up to today, nobody ever tell us what happened to him. He could have died from a friendly, war, or he could have been in the forefront, but I know he was there. But when I hear about the Biafra War, all I hear is about Igbos. I don't see, and then you alluded to it too about Osimba just talking about it, because you have to remember that time, there was direct connection of marriages within even the northern Nigeria. There are some Igbos that marry the Hausas. Let's face the reality. There are some Igbos who have children who are from the outside, they have intermingled themselves. But when I think for us to get the full history of our civil war, of everything, I think even though the majority of people that affected or this war was inflicted is the eastern part of Nigeria. But yet, we as other tribal, because I'm Yoruba, we have casualty too that needs to be mentioned in any book in the history of Nigeria. So I want you to talk about that. How can we get the total history of that war? And I think for me as an Indian, because I think progressively we need to move forward.
Yep.
We need to find what the solution to that war, the lesson for it, so that another generation will learn from it and will not make the same mistake that they're making. And to that effect, another question I have for you, do you think we have some foreign power that play a role? Because you say that they don't want to fight this war. It's avoided war. Was there any foreign power? You know how these people manipulate us in Africa, how they engineer for us to fight against each other, divide and conquer? Because I see it among, so please talk about that. And thank you very much again.
Good. So for the last one, of course there are foreign powers. France was playing backdoor with Biafra. Never came out open. That's why you have Côte d'Ivoire, Gabon, Haiti, and then other places. But of course, we have Tanzania and Zambia. But Britain was the key. Britain had everything. Britain effectively told America to stay the heck out. They will handle this. And America had Vietnam to deal with. At some point, I had a book here. Henry Kissinger told Nixon, they can't let this ride anymore. And Biafra had a very powerful Irish lobbyists, which also got to the Kennedys and to Ted Kennedy, who were then pushing for humanitarian aid to Biafra. But from the beginning, this has been British war, period. Okay? You know the story. Gowon was ready to leave. The northern soldiers were ready to move out of Ibadan Benin houses. But they told him, no, you cannot. By the way, the pogrom was partly instigated. The name is there in the book by a lecturer at Ahmadu Bello University. So Britain was, I don't know what it is that the Britain had against the East. After when the Queen came, it was Ojukwu's father's Rolls Royce that drove him. It was the man's house that she slept. What's wrong with these guys? Okay, but anyway, we had it there. Russia danced a little bit to Biafra to sign up some things, but Nigeria gave them more. Nigeria gave them this Jukuta Sea, which they delivered on, and also part of the oil. So Russia then closed the eyes, winked, and sent the Egyptian, the Russian jets on one condition, that remember that Egypt just came out from the war with Israel, so they have already trained pilots who are going to handle that those machines. So they send them in. So you're looking for foreign, there you have it. Oh, by the way, China made us some Madison guns. I don't know how it came, but it says made in China. The good ones did not have, they have steel butt, so you can fold the butt and hold it. But I had one until after the war, but I won't talk about that now. So the foreign, yes, there are foreigners. About both sides, they were all over. A good example, Gowon Ojukwu. The mother is Asa Fulani these days, if you want to talk about that. The father is Igbo. He was in Asaba. He was in Asaba when they killed all those men. The guy is Igbo. Isama, you know him? His father is his father? His mother is Yoruba from a Lauren area. But his father is
no, it is from Kaba. His mother is from Kaba.
Thank you very much. His mother is from there, and his father is Igbo. You can't call it Ikabura, but Delta. He was there.
Yes.
There's a Yoruba
Alabi Sama.
I forgot his name. He fought throughout until the end of the war. But there's a woman in our market in my town. We call her one Fulani. The woman is almost, in those days in Nigeria, she was almost white. She's a Fulani, but she stayed there till after the war. She never left. Nobody molested her. Mami Igala was there. She never left. They ran back south, everybody, and they all came back after the war. So it affected everybody. I told you about people in Canada, people in Ogoni, Ogoja, all over. It affected everybody. But what happens is this: when they capture a place by Nigerian soldiers, they put on around, say, hey, we hail Nigerian soldiers. When Biafra soldiers come, hey, they hail Biafra soldiers. Why are they doing that? They want to survive.
Prof, Miriam Babangida's mother is from the north, and is from Kutangura, from Niger State, and
yeah,
the father was killed. Yes, the father was killed in Asaba.
Yep, one of the first guys killed, Babangida's father-in-law. So you see, it affected everybody. You know, people who knew Buhari said that Buhari never got out from the trauma of the war. He never got out from the trauma of the war. Okay, so some of the times, some of this what they do might be because of that. You never know. Look at Black Scorpion. Adekunle. Who got him angry? Who got him angry that you forgot being a professional soldier to killing people anyhow? So it's sad, and many people have not told their story. Many people are going to die denying the pain that war cost them.
All right. So I think we'll continue, but we may need to take a break after KJ. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. We'll get to everybody. Thank you so much. KJ, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Mo. I thank you so much. I've truly enjoyed listening to you. Thank you, Rudolf, for bringing him again. And we look forward to being with you again on the very 30th of this month. Listening to you, reminds me, in fact, it's like going through some of the things that I've heard my uncles tell me about the Civil War, and my father, who is, of course, going to be with the Lord now. And some of what you've said is exactly how they said. In fact, my uncle, who took part, was more involved than my father, said that when they're going out for attack, because they didn't have ammunition, they all pray and say, okay, those of us in front, we're going to go forward. As soon as, if we manage to capture people with guns, whatever happened to us after that, just forget, you go ahead with the rest. Right. And that was how they were able to capture the first ammunition that they used in his own battalion. I don't know if that is exactly how the rest happened. But you said something that strikes me as somebody who has followed this Biafran story for a long time. I was opportune to meet with Kalokbi. I don't know if you know him, who also took part in the war. A very good writer also, and had a lot of discussion when I was, in secondary school with him about the Civil War. And one of the things you said is that, the war was needless and we shouldn't do it again. But has the thing that caused the war, why Ojukwu actually and the whole of the East went to this war, has it changed? Has that situation changed that now we can hope that our children will not go through the same process that, the Southeast went to war because of? That's one. Two, again, I totally agree with a lot of things you've said. But the thing is that the Igbos now, the Igbos as a tribe, I'm talking about Igbos right now, because right now it is even a bit, kind of, some people don't want to really identify as Igbos because, unlike some of us, I'll digress a little bit. When Peter Obi came to this panel, one of the question I always said I hold against him is saying that don't vote for me because I'm Igbo. The man who was defending Boko Haram and eventually became president didn't say that. He first said he's a northerner, and he was able to speak on behalf of Boko Haram, saying to Jonathan's government, in anything against Boko Haram is against the North. And yet Nigerians voted for him. They didn't hold him accountable to that statement he made. Then you, who is an Igbo, and I have grown up in the North, haven't gone through that stigmatization that once you say an Igbo, they say, oh, these people are the troublemakers. Now you come and tell me you should not vote for me because are you saying that you are not, the Igbo tribe has a reason why you shouldn't? Is it something? I mean, I don't know if you can get what my drift.
I understand.
There's nothing wrong with being Igbo that you should now say to the nation, don't vote for me because I'm Igbo. Why not say vote for me because I'm Igbo and I have the ability to deliver what you're looking for? Is it that it's not, I know I'm asking the wrong person, but you have a holistic, I mean, from everything you have said so far, and I appreciate your contribution, and I think you see us something. Put these things in a film, let's put resources together and bring about a film, because what you have said, I only see pictures as you're talking. I see a lot of pictures that will make a lot of sense, and will be a chat poster if you can put it together. You have so much, and you've called them, and I want to thank God for your memory. The way you roll out the names, it's like yesterday, but this is so many years after, and you still have those accounts, at your fingertips. So I bless God for your memory, and I want to say, is it a problem being an Igbo person that you don't want your tribe to be represented whenever you have to go for a national?
It's understandable. I quarrel with some of my friends when they say, "Oh, this, that." I don't know why I have to make somebody be what he doesn't want to be. It's like telling Wike, "Oh, you are an Igbo." No, if you don't want to be, that's okay. Let us move on. The ones that remain, what are we doing to build an Igbo nation? I've done my part. Before we talked about this Igbo uncle, everyone was doing his own thing. I brought it together. Before we talked about colonial communion, I brought it together. And people began to see themselves in that culture. I have a Benin friend who then told me about their 4-day native week that he didn't know until he read the colonial communion. Okay? Many guests now want to do but they don't know why they like Igbo. You know why? It is the only culture where a woman decides who the husband is in public. So there's an attraction there. They want to do it. And it's now blossomed and become a big thing. The last one we saw was in Obi Jackson from Anambra, a big thing carrying the gear coming. So they're very good now. So that's how you build culture. You bring people together. Even in our core Igbo community, when do we start understanding each other? Even to today, people from Eda, someone from Eda, sorry, from Abo, if they talk to each other, they're speaking different languages. But we begin to bridge it together with Igbo Izugbe and begin to speak one Igbo. So that is good. I want to what did it in the West. People don't know this. When you give free education and the elected one Yoruba dialect, it helps to build that nation. We can do that in Igbo. Don't fight anybody who says, oh, you are this, you are that. When I was doing my youth service in Kaduna, I had to fight hard to convince some of the guys in my group that I'm Igbo. They said, no, you are not. Because my last name is Ene, is a fake name. And they said, no, you're just claiming Igbo because you want to hang out with those girls. I said, no, I'm not. So it happens every time. I never found being Igbo uncomfortable because it wasn't my choice. So, but those who, for one reason or the other, want to say otherwise, I only have pity for them. What can you do? You can't kill somebody. But later, after a while, this is going to work out the way it's going to work out. I don't know. I was telling my friend last time, I said, what this is you guys are doing in Lagos, one of these days, 20 years, 30 years, somebody's going to come out in Lagos and say, vote for me, I'm Igbo, and he will win. He said, how? I said, how? That's the way it rolls. Okay, somebody will come out and proudly say, vote for me. In New Jersey here, one of the governors is claiming high and low about being an immigrant. 10 years ago, he did not do that. But these days, people come out and say, I am an immigrant. Vote for me. You see, so that's how it rolls. I don't think we should worry about it. What we should try to do is to build a cohesion, something that holds us together. I said that our culture is our future. That will help us come together. If we have our colonial communion, that's one thing that holds us together. Oji is Omenalajiko. So we can do that. We don't have to fight anybody. Our culture is great. It's a culture of non-violence, a culture of trying to understand your neighbor, peaceful. So why change it? So that will bring many people in if you want to come. If you want to come in, that's okay too. So I don't think we should quarrel about this. We have a long way to go. And believe me, today, if you do a referendum in, say, Enugu and Ebonyi to come together as Enugu before, guess what? It will fail. Forget about Imo or Anambra. Just Ebonyi and Enugu, it will fail. So we have gotten comfortable with staying a little bit apart. But I believe that with time, we will all come together and get it together. Like Bendel. Bendel was so together before the war. But now you create a Do, you create a Delta. The Shekiris are on, what's the group again? The Urobo. They are fighting again. Okay? If you go to Edo, you have a Do South, you have a Do North. If you go to Lagos, some people are not Lagosians, they are from across the border from Ogun. They're not pure Lagosians. And you have all this, but with time, there will be understanding. So let's not fight over it. It's okay to do that. The last one you asked me is, has anything changed? What's happening in Congo? Nothing has changed. It will be a shame if we have to go through this part again. Well, believe me, it could happen. It could happen again because it's all building up. Look at the latest things that are happening. You gave billions of dollars for Nigeria, and for Southeast, nothing. Not zero. Then you have a jump thing, you have it in Lagos, but the people that affect are people in Enugu, Anambra, and how did it jump? And then the one in Lagos is where they say, I don't know Lagos, but where they say mostly people live. These people, this thing keep happening. You keep going, oh, you do census board and nobody from the Southeast. Why? How? Okay, we slide, we move on. Then one day you got to a point where people will say, if we have to die, we have to die. Sometimes it's good to fight and lose than not to fight at all. Okay? But to this day, let me tell you one thing about Biafra that people still know. The Nigerian army has deployed its power in the southeast and left Boko Haram open. Why? Because they know that if these young men will ever come together and do something, it will be horrible. Look at what happened in the southeast. People dying anyhow. Whether you are Igbo or Hausa or whatever, people are going to die if we ever go back to this thing again. So we shouldn't. We, for our own benefit, for Nigerians, everybody in that area, it's good that we stop while we can. Because all this needling of a problem, talking on the net, and you go home and be happy that you insulted these people. Yeah, Igbo, Yoruba. Hausa now have their own problem. I think they don't talk about it. Or they have their own Hausa and Fulani war to wage. So, my brother, let's keep talking. Let's keep talking. Just like it should have happened in 1967. Let's keep talking. The day we stop talking, then we stop fighting. And when we start fighting, it's not going to end well.
All right. We take a 3 minutes break. When we come back, we take the rest of the questions. And if there's any time for follow-up, we will. So thank you so much.
is not playing on my phone.
What concerns me? But he didn't. He was moved by the distended abdomen of the children of Biafra, full of kwashiorkor and our indifference. He climbed down his Ivy League chair into the valley of the United Nations, wrote on a large cardboard, "You must stop genocide, please." But nobody listened. Nobody stopped. Nobody paused to hear the cries of the little children of Biafra. If I were born months before, if I were weaned from my mother's breast, I could have been one of those children.
Excuse me.
All right, welcome back to the concluding part of our conversation with Dr. Mo Ene. I think the next person online is Niger is a scam. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you. First of all, I want to apologize for the last time you brought the Fulani guys here, you know. I was so furious and so mad and angry, and I used the F word on the fake professor. So I just want to apologize to you and the viewers and the panelists, not just for the man anyway, because if I see him personally, I will do worse than that. So I just want to apologize to you and to the panelists. Thanks for having you here, Dr. Mo. I mean, I'm not here to ask about Biafra. I just want to learn and listen, because what you are teaching us here, I mean, most young people, they don't know about it. You know, my father was a Biafran soldier. He told me his own part, because this Biafran story, everybody has their own part, you know. So it will be better, like what KJ said, it will be better if somebody can bring all this as a documentary, you know, that way the young people can watch and listen, different stories and different perspective, and understand it, you know. So, but what I want to ask is just a kind of confusion that has been going on even on this platform. So what is the difference between Ordinala and Omenala?
Very good question.
Okay, very good question. Thank you for what you said about bringing Biafra together. It's not a one movie story. It's not a one book story. We have to keep it going. Unfortunately, Nigerian government in their wisest mode stopped teaching of history. So what we have to do is we do it ourselves. I propose having a Mahadum where we study Igbo issues, okay, which includes Biafra and language. I don't have the money to do it, but I throw it out there, and one day we could do it. Okay, it's very amazing that up to this day, there is no university in the Southeast where you have Department of Igbo Studies. What you only have is what? Igbo and Asian languages, Igbo and Nigerian languages. They don't have it. Nobody talks about it. Nobody talks about Biafra. When was the last time a PhD was written about Biafra? Or somebody in America writes a PhD about Madonna. Okay? Not Madonna, Mother of Christ, Madonna. Okay, so so that happens. Okay, thank you very much for asking that question. If you get my book, it's not very expensive. You get. I looked at it, and I told you what it is. If you say Omenala to anybody, he knows what they're talking about. If you say ordinala, you know what you're talking about. You say ordinani, he knows. If you talk omenani, omenana, they will understand. Remember, the word ani is not the same in all dialects. In Imo area, it is Allah exclusively. In Anambra area, it is Ani. Okay, Ani Chebe and all that. In Enugu area, is Ano. In Nsukka area, it is Ale. In Ikwere area, it is Ali. So, you see what it is? So, I said, okay, since we have all these dialectical nuances, we can just choose one as standard, which is linguistic dynamics. So I chose Ordinani, whereby Ani is the spiritual form of what you call Allah, the planet Earth. The physical manifestation is Allah, the one you can touch. The planet is Allah. But there's a spirit to that Allah. The spiritual component is Ani. So the religion then becomes Ordinani. It is anchored on the spirit of earth as a deity. If you remember, the Igbo people did not talk much about Chukwu, really. It's not because the church came and we have a word that we want to make Chukwu. Ordinarily, the word for God is Amama Macha Macha. We know something like that exists, a supreme spirit, a dominant deity, but we don't know the nature. We don't claim to know. So everything we have is based on the earth, which is the most benevolent deity in all creation, because he holds us in place with the force of gravity, which is Ikejiani. It also feeds us. It shields us from all bad things. You know those terrorists going around the air? They could land on this earth and just knock us out of focus. And we're all gone in one day. For some reason, the earth has the force to keep us. Whether how it was created, we don't know. But we know that the earth has been keeping us safe. So we venerate the earth, which also shelves our ancestors, and will shelf us when we die. So we try, so ordinary is both spiritual and socio-environmental. Are things you don't do because the earth deity does not allow it, or so we claim. Okay, so everything we say, we understand it. Even when the church came and said that Jesus is Nwachukwu, we agree. Son of God is not a concept that we don't know. Okay, we have one everything, son of God, son of every God, one. Okay, we have one of every deity. So we understand that. And another good thing about it is that he does not preach, he does not proselytize, he's not against anybody. If you come today and tell us that you are, your God rose to heaven or come down from heaven, we believe you. Okay, but we don't have to go home and take it in. We hear you. Okay, you take it in. It's only people like me that will contest such a thing. Like in school, we are taught about to do the work coming from heaven. I told my history teacher, I said, how? Okay, and nobody has been able to tell me that. So when it comes to things in Igbo spirituality, which I call Ordinani, we question every concept, everything that people do, we ask questions. We don't just swallow it. So to ask your question directly, Ordinala with LA is now culture. That is culture. What is culture? Culture is totality of everything about you, the way you dress, the way you speak, the way you talk, the food you eat, your art. Everything about you is your culture. So is Ordinala. It is on earth. Okay? When we talk Omenala, Omenala is something that happens. That is tradition. Tradition is a way you transmit your culture. For example, if you say, if you have twins, we'll take them out and choose the one that survives and bring it home. That becomes your Omenala. But then with time, you find out that Omenala does no longer work. What do? You change it a little bit. But something you call culture will be there For example, the Igbo we speak is not a culture, it's a part of our culture. You can't just switch it. If you change it to Yoruba or Hausa, then it's no longer your culture. It's somebody else's culture. English has moved more from being a tradition to becoming a culture, because more people now speak English than they speak Igbo. So that's what the difference that I brought in there. So Odinala, Omenala has now been reserved for culture and tradition. But anybody tells you about Omenala, what do? You understand what the person is talking about. He's talking about a cultural component. But I want to bring out Odinani as distinct being for religion, which is why I was happy when you have the National Ordinary Welfare Association went to meet Soludo to say, oh, we'll help you with all these criminals. I said, no, don't do that. It's not your job. Leave the police to do your job. Form an association of Ordinary. And it's good to form that association because our young people are going haywire with this thing, calling it Igbo culture. It's not Igbo culture to build hideous pots and hang it somewhere and say it's no, it's not. It's not. But somebody is there guiding them, they will do it right. The chaplet you wear on your neck, the crucifix you wear, they're all articles of faith. So it shouldn't be different from somebody who put his own in his finger or in a ring or whatever he wants. It's all psychologically driven. So now, 30 years ago, I gave it that name, but now everybody is using Ordinary. The same thing happened with Igbo. Before, in Igbo, it's called Ifeajuna or something like that. Or for it's called something else in other places. In idea also. It's different names across Igbo. In Afibo, they call it Nkwamwite. But that's when they dance this Afibo dance. They call it Nkwamwite. Okay, so they have different names for Ibu Manya, Ibu Efele, Ibu Nka, different names. So I said, okay, well, let's try one thing. We'll try the Igbo. Guess what? Within the last 5 years, it had picked up. People will now write the invitation. You're working to Igbo of this person and this person. And I was so happy. Because I'm so happy that is catching pace. So that's how we build a society. We don't build to destroy. We build to keep. Whatever we can put in, we put it there. Even Kola Nut. There was a time you go to function in America for 2 hours. Argument about what? The order of breaking Kola Nut. These guys have Mercedes-Benz parked outside the venue. And they're fighting, not fighting over the Kola Nut. No. Some of them may not even eat the Kola Nut when it's broken. But they say, oh, you're supposed to give me one. I'm a more catchy one. I'm chief this, So I wrote this book, and the people read it and said, "Oh, okay, is that why? Okay, is that why?" And I thought, well, stop talking about women do not break Kola in Igbo land. They do. It just depends on where you are. Okay, let's not start putting people down on all these issues. Oh, remember when Ruben Abati wrote about let them eat Kola Nut or whatever he wrote, because Edith Ike, Gowon's ex, went to a function, 21 Weeks Music in Lagos, and Pete Edochie refused to show her the Kola Nut. The woman said, I'm not asking to take. I'm just as the guest of honor. I'm only asking to be shown the Kola Nut. Okay. I wrote about this and I said, this is our culture. This is how it's going to be. We'll discuss about it. Nobody gets harmed. I've gone beyond what you asked me. So, but in a nutshell, Ordinary.
You've lost him.
Our guest, and I'm sure he will join us again. I'm not sure what happened. And the next person that will, thank you, Nigeria is a scam. Thank you so much. We're not blaming you for this one. The next person that will get a chance is Righteous Man when he comes back. But for those who are watching who may want to buy some of his works, and you can give it out to people as gifts, especially people who tend to ask those questions that are very common. And what he talked about in most events in America here, when you go there, you see the drama around what's the procedure for doing this. I think it works.
Can Doc tell us what the procedure would be? Because I know what the procedure would be in my community. But now when you now juxtapose Abia, Imo, Anambra, and all that together, how does the color not travel?
It's the same thing, my brother. It's the same thing everywhere. The same concept. Forget about what I'm telling you. In some areas, a person from Umuchima cannot break the kola nut before the person from Umu Eze. They have it locally. You can't. That's why when you go to kola nut, when the kola nut comes in somebody else's house, you just tell the person, Oji Eze de Ezenaka. The kola nut, the king's kola nut is in the king's hand because he who brings kola nut brings life is a king. So you don't debate that. And again, there are simple rules. For example, the eldest male in a family consecrates. Stop using Ewa. Ewa is a chore. Cutting, distributing. Hey, that watch. No. Anybody can watch. The rule is who consecrates. It has to be the eldest male of the family or the man that will come to his house. We went to somebody's house in Virginia. He brought a kola nut and they gave it to VP Ekweme. He was the vice president. They said for him to break the kola nut. The man said, no, I cannot do that. I'm in your house. So the man said, sir, it's not every day that the vice president of a country comes into my house in America. Please. The man laughed, everybody laughed, and then he consecrates it. So that is an honor done to him, a privilege. It's not a right. Nobody has the right to come to your house and break the kola nut. So it's common rule. In Imo, they will break the kola nut along longitudinal lines. Why? Because it gives long life. In Anambra and the Enugu, you have to break it into pieces to get to everybody. So I don't care whether it's long or vertical or longitudinal. So that's the difference. But there's no much difference between in kola nut communion. I broke it down to presentation, consecration, and all that. So it's very clear. Let's not split it. In Imo is this way, in Anambra is this way. No, it's the same thing. The only thing that differs is how you relay it. How you relay it. Before you leave your compound, for example, you should know somebody whose mother is from your village. You give the person the honor of taking the kola nut out from their kindred. And this happens when you have only few.
That was my question. So, I mean, KJ will understand because he's the closest person to me here. So, okay. If I'm in this forum, you come to my house and I bring out that, I'm not going to give it to Rudolf, even though this show.
No.
I'm going to hand it over to KJ first.
It's the same thing.
KJ is the closest person to me.
Yes.
So, in our community, we also have. I come from a community that has 11 villages.
Okay.
But there is always that village that is perceived to be the opera. The
opera, yes. Somebody from there will break it.
Exactly. Whichever village
we break it. We consecrate it.
Consecrate it, yes. And then others will touch it. So, but there's a traveling pattern of that touching. This person will get it and all that. I guess that was the question I was asking. When I said when you want to look at it from the state perspective of the 5 states, if, for instance, we visit Rudolf, who is from Anambra State, for instance, and he brings out kola, who next will touch that kola outside of his community? Let's say, which person from another state will he hand that kola? Now, will he be handing it to an Enugu man, or will he hand it to an Asaba man?
No, before you cross the river, it has to go around the 5 states.
That was my question.
Yes. And then because the only rule there is that Enugu and Anambra used to be Anambra.
Mm-hmm.
So they were still closer. Then you have to give it to the dynamics is ongoing. Okay, it's ongoing, but you don't have to jump somebody from Delta to give it to somebody from Lagos.
Okay,
you got to respect that guy from Delta because he's your neighbor. Because somebody's neighbor is also the brother. About all being able one near. So we have all this. We have sayings that will guide us in everything we do. It doesn't have to be etched on stone. Culture is not static. Okay, things change. Okay, there's a way. What's the Omu? They had something in Enugu, and the Omu, bless her soul, she's not dead, the Omu for Anioma, corrected the men for what they did. They brought it out the kola nut, split it, shared it, and then took it back to the Eze, who is in forum to bless. That was wrong. The woman said, no, men are here, I have to correct you. And she stood up and said, for next time, okay, you don't split the kola nut before you consecrate it. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to Righteous Man.
Yeah. Good evening, Dr. Rudolph. Good evening, the panelists. Good evening, Dr. Moore. I've been blessed by your teachings this evening. I live in Lagos. And I've been looking forward to seeing an Igbo man with such history that can enlighten us to know more of the things we were not taught or we've not seen, of which I think you've done very well this night. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
I want to start by saying there are some submissions that were made that I am 100% sure that they are not correct. For example, after 2023 general elections, when some people under the influence of Peter Obi won a seat in the House of Reps and Senate, that Obi was unable to call them to order and tell them what is expected of them. I respectfully disagree with that submission. I've been in Lagos close to 46 years now. Larger part of my life has been spent here. I have been involved in grassroots politics, but sometimes I don't like coming out in the open to say it. I think some of the things, propagandas that people read on newspapers and filtered information that news producers and newscasters do dish out to the people does not actually represent the truth or the facts of what one can say they are the realities of things on ground. After that election, 3 meetings were held, different times, different period, where Obi organized all the elected officials under LP. They held a retreat, they held a banquet, and they held one meeting called familiarization of all the elected officers or officials under LP. And they were told what the people who elected them expected from them. So, and we know that most of those people who won election under, excuse me, under LP, won not that they were politicians like the Okada rider, the meat seller, and the rest of it. They saw an opportunity, they exploited the influence of Obi. And some of them did not even buy forms. They were given free of charge, you know, and they got in there. Right now, each of the senator is given what they call, what is it called? 1 billion naira constitutional project allowance. When you go to the Nigerian, when you go to the constitution does not make provision for them to be given money. Rather, for them to identify a project in their constituency that the federal government will finance, you know, and it doesn't pass some certain millions of naira. But right now, they are getting billions. Cars were given worth of 100 and something millions of naira. So definitely change, you won't know a person until that person is involved in money issue. So the orientation, what they were expected to achieve, they have been taken away by the amount of money, volume of money that is exposed to them. So nobody should blame. Particularly, I know why I'm saying it. I have a cousin, is one of the top officers in LP. I know times he goes to meeting, he calls me and tell me things that happen. Nobody should blame Obi for whatever the senators and the rep members under LP were doing. He tried his best. Like Aburi case, he held several secret meetings with Aburi, nothing less than 10 times, talking to Aburi, so that there will be peace in LP. And newspapers don't carry these things. Newscasters don't say it on TV or radio or whatever. So Mr. Obi, he has tried, and let's not crucify him. Answer, finally, you did mention that in the Igbo, is it spirituality, there is nothing like Chukwu, but we have some villages in Igbo spirituality.
No, I didn't say that.
In Igbo, okay, I thought, okay, maybe I didn't hear you well, because I wanted to talk about the Arochukwu, the people of Arochukwu. That name had been existing time immemorial. So I wanted to find out how come about them. But where it struck me, my father fought in the Biafra War. He lost his first son as a soldier. My father was a commandant in the army, Biafran army. He lost his first son. He lost his second son. He lost his third son as military officers under Biafra, And after the war, there were things he told us. Like when I was coming to Lagos, he said, don't own property in Lagos. Don't furnish your house wherever you are living with millions of naira. Because if anything happens, you will lose all. He lost all he labored for in Rivers State because we were all born in Rivers. He grew up there, had properties and every other establishment. But during the war and after the war, those things were lost. So he died, sometimes 1980s, with that grief in him. So I want to ask, sir, why is it, apart from you, and let me borrow this word, cautiously, sir, I noticed at the inception of this interview by Rudolf, you were carefully selecting and choosing the words you use. Is it that the Igbo elite class are still being intimidated or they are still feeling intimidated? Because when you interview a Northerner, he will boldly say things without minding the consequences. You interview a Yoruba man, he will boldly say things in defense of the Yorubas without minding how Igbo man will feel. But when an Igbo person is being interviewed, even in the politics here, they choose their words not to offend Mr. A or Mr. B. What is it? Is it that the intimidation is still ongoing, or it has become something in us that has eaten deep in us that we can't do without? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I hope I unpack it. Let me, first of all, express my deep condolences on the passing of your brethren. That's something very, very touching. I saw it and I know it was horrible. Okay, and like I said, the reason why I started this movement in 1997 was to pay homage to them, remembering our heroes. Okay, that's what I'm doing, and I'm still doing it today. May they please rest in peace. Okay, they are there. They are there in spirit. That's why you can't defeat them. I said it several times. Biafra is no longer a nation, a building, or whatever. It is a spirit. Okay, and in my place, when people die, you know what we do. We collectively stay and do the mourning, whatever it is we have to do, so that the spirit will rest in peace. So many people have died and nobody's seen them, and people just assumed, as in Igbo culture, after 7 years, that the person is no longer on earth. Okay, so like we say in Igbo, Ndo, on the properties, you know how it went. After the war, many Igbo people said, you know what, let's build at home. So when you go to places like in Anambra, you see all these mansions over there, nobody listens to them. That's the spirit. We built so much that we don't even have land anymore to build. In my village, for you to get a piece of land is like 5 million, 10 million. Okay, is that bad? So we've built, and I'm beginning to preach now that we don't build again. We just, that one we build, let's maintain it so that somebody comes back during the Christmas, they can live in like a hotel with the family and then go back. Some spend 2 weeks in Nigeria for 2 years and they get back to USA. The Igbo said, Ebone bikona wachi, where you live, there you thrive. Yes, I understand your father's mandate, do not build. But hey, we have to build. People are building, buying a piece of debt in Banana Island for 20 million or more. Okay, so we are building. What happened to us was bad, but we've shown that we can do better and more. So on language you're talking about, I don't know how it is that I used to think I'm so rude, but you're telling me that I'm choosing your word. Thank you very much. I like that. But you have to understand this. The Igbo man is not used to harsh words. He's used to using proverbs to talk. He will use animals. He will use events that are not even, so like Mbe said, Turtle said this, the rat said this, the housefly even talk. So that's the way we used to talk. We talk that way because we build, you have to use something like oil and the ingredients to build your words, to make it less harsh. When we want to be harsh, do you know what we do? We do what we call njakere, okay, which Rudolf will know about. We use njakere. Njakere is like we're telling you the truth, but we're making it so funny that even you will laugh. So that's where we are. But when it comes to saying something in black and white, we do it. I don't hide. I can give you examples of me. When Nahoro came here and wanted to have breakfast with us, and I said, no, I'm not going to have a breakfast with a killer because I believe he's a killer. He supported the use of fungi as a weapon of war. I wouldn't do it. If I were a lawyer, I would have filed papers for Gowon to be tried. Not, I don't hate him or anything like that, but at least hold him responsible so that in future, some other person will stop. If we have been doing the bio-nano guys, the FFKs, if we hold them to make them responsible for the things they say, they will stop. Okay, so that's where the language comes in. Let me go back to PWB. I will draw the case. I'm sorry if he did something good, but from where I stand, and I said it when I spoke, I said, I am not a politician. I don't know what he did or what he did. This Aburi guy, I don't know which spirit is playing the music to which he's dancing. I don't know. Okay, so the same thing with the other people, but remember what I said? I didn't blame Peter completely. I said, I don't know how to put it to be nice to the ear. When you stand up and mate, you will produce a bad child. Labor was a vehicle of convenience. It's what we call cherewere, wait and take. People just jumped in. Obi, we won't change, and they all hopped in. They were not good party men, and it has been shown. So I'm not blaming Obi completely, but Obi is, as he said, that guy's not a Nigerian. He's too quiet. Okay, he's too quiet. I don't want him to be like Nzeogwu, but at the same time, he should have done a little bit more. So I don't. That's why sometimes when we discuss politics in public, you kind of make sure you don't turn anybody off. What do you gain if you turn people off from what you are saying? But the one that needs to be said, I'll say it, and I said it here openly. Gowon is a war criminal. He is. Okay. So I don't know what else to tell you. He supervised what's it called, the pogrom. He supervised Murtala Mohammed blood on the Niger, shooting people for no reason. So what else are we gonna say about that? So that's where I don't know if I touched on everything, but other one is somebody posted here that Anambra is the elder. No, Anambra is not. Anambra is not the elder. We don't have an elder in Igbo land. We don't. What we have is we give some people some honor. For example, the Nri, who are recent immigrants, by the way, we give them the honor of certain things in public. It used to be Ojukwu, but then people say from remove. So one day, someone from Enugu will tell you, oh, we're the capital, so we're now the elder. Nobody is elder. We give equal right to everybody. If you remember the history of Onyama Neke, who was the grandfather of the last foreign minister, when Obi Okonkwo came to Enugu and took the high seat, Onyama came in and said, listen, I'm going to walk out from this place. If you don't get out from that place, the next time I come back, you'll be beaten to shreds by a leopard. I'm going to talk now. So the Onyama went out, and the white man said to this guy, listen, Onyama is who he is. Better give him the space. At least we're in Enugu, his domain. So Obi Okonkwo stepped down, the Onyama took his rightful position. And I believe from that day, when Onyama goes to Lagos, he doesn't go by road, ship, and motor to Lagos. You know what he does? He enters the train in Enugu, goes to Kafanchan, changes, and gets to Lagos by train. And on one of those trips, he shot himself in Kafanchan. Yes, Onyama committed suicide. So the story is still very iffy around there. So what I'm saying in effect is this. Anybody can claim whatever. If Anambra is the head, that's fine. No problem. When we get here, we'll cross the street. But Kola Nut kind of levels it. When you come to a man's house, please do not try to bless the Kola Nut. It's not your place. It's the man's place. Every man is a king of his caste.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Moore. Let me just correct an impression. Righteous Man gave us an impression that the father said he shouldn't build in Lagos. The Righteous Man is a builder in Lagos. So he's not just building for himself, he's building for other people in Lagos. That's like what the father said.
Dr. Rudolf.
Yeah.
Dr. Rudolf. You know why I made that statement is the memory of the war.
Yes.
What the man passed through. A man that had 11 children and lost 7 during the war. 3 were grown up that were at the age of getting married. They were all students to the Biafran military, and they all were killed, you know. So that memory was a pain. So when he see us growing up, he told us, come, don't invest outside. But I'm just saying it as part of the pain he passed through. I'm a builder, and I build for people across board, even outside Nigeria. I have built in Ghana, Cameroon, Ivory Coast. I have gone there for my foreign clients and built for them. The doctor, sorry, there was a question that I wanted to ask you. What is the relationship between the Igbo tradition and the Benin? Because I had a project in Benin, in GRA Benin, that I spent close to a year there. So there was a meeting. That meeting involved the Igbos and the Benin people. When it came to breaking of this cola, I was in that meeting. After the breaking of the cola, they said the Benin people must take first before any other person. So I was wondering why. They said about Igodo, that they are senior to Igbos or something of that nature, sir. Can you give a clarification?
They are not senior again. Nobody is senior to anybody. What is happening is that where did this take place? In Benin, right? Yes? Good.
In Benin.
Yeah, it's their domain. They own it. They decide who takes what. You can't just go there. I said it before. You don't go to a man's house and decide the order of kola nut. It's a communion. The only thing you're trying to do is trying to tap into your energy, your chi, to create an atmosphere where everybody benefits from that spiritual interaction. So the Benin and the Igbo have a long history. In fact, the Oni of Ife has added to it. He said, the Igbo used to own this place. So I said, my friend, slow down. I don't know about that. But if you take how many millions of years human beings have been on earth, you understand there's a way that we have contact. They do 4-day market day in a Benin. Do you know that? Yes. You know about Ezechima. Okay? He was there. Okay, then they have a civil war, and then Ezechima have to be kicked out because they're immigrants, and they came back and established all those Onitsha communities. Okay? So It's simple. It's very simple. They do the kola nut thing. There are differences. For example, they don't do Ibanku the way we do. They have the man choose amongst girls coming through them. In Igbo, we don't do that. You don't choose any woman. The woman will choose you. So that's kind of differences there. But apart from that, we say Obani do in Igbo. We never believed in one almighty king of that nature. We never had that. So if you see, it's always peripheral where you have all this Eze. In fact, in Arochukwu, we don't have what we might call political Eze. It is Eze Aro, which is a spiritual head. Remember that Eze means somebody and Eze, somebody who is revered. You have Eze here, who is the market master. Okay? You have Eze G, who is a big yam producer. So we have Eze for different things. So, but in Benin, that's where it's different. But if you go to Benin and doing kola nut anything, my brother, park by the side. It is I mean, when they come to your house, park aside. When they come to your house, you decide what happens. You can't go to somebody's house and decide who breaks it. But people take it seriously. People take this kola nut thing seriously. I'm not praising myself, but after I wrote that book and published a lot of it in Kwenu, people began to understand, to say, wait a minute, we can't fight this thing. You can't go be certain then whether it's Abaja or Ezinihite that comes first. They know. You let them decide that, and then the issue was solved.
All right. We've stayed longer than we thought. For those who are interested in the books, they are all on Amazon. Just type in MO Ene and you see any of those books that he talked about, the kola nuts, the Ibanku, and the new one about Ordinani. I see Uzo. Uzo is Onyichie, yes, and more. So I will let him be the final person that will, ask a question or comment, and then we will go to the next stream, which is where people can now give their reactions to what we discussed here today. Uzo, go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Mo, thank you very much for coming to us. I have two things to ask. One is, why is it I know it takes a lot for you to talk about the Biafra War and everything. I have my uncle here, and you know him very well. He's a commander in Biafra War. He cries whenever I talk about Biafra, which you know him very well. Afokaja, you know him, I know. So he cry whenever he want to talk. Whenever he will talk about Biafra War, the old man shed tears a lot, and so many of them like that I met. So why are they not coming out to say what is going on, so that we can learn? Even my wife, when I was with my wife started crying when he started telling him about how the bomb was dropped, in one of the markets, or on the K-Day. They dropped a bomb in the middle of the market. Bones and heads started all over the place. My wife start crying on her own. I don't know if they don't want people to know what happens. I don't know what, but my mom told me a little, because my mom brought Sogo, so they told me a little of how a snapper was in our church snapping civilians. A white man, a snapper, was in the church, the top building, killing people anyhow, So I don't know how we're going to put this together, and try to talk to him, but you don't talk about the Biafra stuff, the experience he have, the trauma. At age of 80-something, he's still hunting him all over the place. He tried to promote the Igbo culture, try to do everything he want to do, but it's not adding up. I don't know how Chim was saying something, but I don't think he arrived at what he was saying. It's different when we say he asked a question. If an Imo person, Abia, Anambra, Enugu data gathered, how is the kola going to be celebrated? Which I know that Ndibuna and Emojeme, how is going to celebrate it? Not when you come to my house. Like example, we have a convention of all Igbo Union.
All right, Uzo.
Okay, I think I got what he's saying.
Yeah.
But let me start with Biafra first. Listen, Biafra means many things to many people. To few, is it the same? Because the experiences are different. And we react to this quite differently. Biafra was a child of circumstances. Okay? It was a nation of necessity. A struggle for survival because we believed that these guys were seriously about the final solution. So they were engineered to exterminate a race. That's why they hatched all the things that happened to us. So Biafra tapped into the spirit of survival and they fought back against an aggression by one man, Yakubu Gowon. So they survived as a people, head held high. But it was never a surrender. They refused to surrender. Forget what Gowon said in that movie. Inside, when they were inside, okay, they never surrendered. It was Gowon who broke out and said, no victor, no vanquish. That was why it became the mantra. So as George Orwell put it, I'll tell everybody to talk to himself, to talk to others. It is better to fight, like I said, to a point of survival than to be conquered and surrender without fighting. We fought. Okay, Biafra won many battles, like Abagana, and lost his physical being. But the spirit of Biafra lives. Why? Thank you very much. Louis Obi wrote in 1997, I think July, Biafra is a living testimony of political wickedness, which time will not heal because it is both physical and psychological, and I'm adding spiritual. And the power of Biafra remains that as an idea against political oppression, it will never die. Okay, the war is not over. Some people are still fighting this war for no reason. It continues because those who started it won't stop and won't learn the lesson. Okay, I talk about falling in the snow and getting up and falling again. It's sad. Penny Jackson once said, one of the things standing between Nigeria and greatness is the fear of freeing itself from the fear of the Igbo. And as we say it, you cannot keep somebody down without staying down with the person. You're going nowhere. You stay down. Everybody stays down. As my people said, so at some point, this is going to go away. We just can't keep doing it and hope it will go away. It remains. But little things they do in Nigeria, they don't hold people responsible. Before they do it, I said it yesterday on Friday. Take the Igbo out, and there will be no Nigeria. Gowon himself has said it. It doesn't matter. I laugh when people talk about Lagos. Look at our brother and what he's doing, building houses. Fine, it is okay. What are you going to do? If you remove him, are you going to build those houses? If you remove people from Alaba market, are you going to be there? And there are consequences for every action. You close all ports. Port Harcourt, One, Warri, Sapele, Calabar, Oron. You lock them up and say, come to Lagos. Fine. Lagos, here we come. When it will happen, and Lagos is where it's happened, right? Everybody's going to Lagos. Why do you do this into yourself? Why do you just, cut your nose to spite your face? You don't want these people to prosper, and then you complain. If I were in Lagos, I would be praying I will go on demonstration for Tinubu to give this people a port, functional airport. Lagos is choked. Lagos is dying. Lagos is nowhere you want to live. I mean, those who live there have money, banana land, and everything. You can fly a helicopter from local airport to your house. That's okay. But not everybody can do that. You have 25 million people and growing. It's getting horrible. So we have to find a way to sort that for everybody to live happily a little bit. So finally, with the, what's it called? The color, I hope I understand what you said. Right now, that issue is contentious. We take it from where we come from. If we go to do something in Anambra, the person that will do that will be the man from Ubosi. What's his name again? The Igwe, the new one that replaced Obi Achebe. he will be the one, because he's now political. He is now the head of traditional rulers in Anambra. If you come to Enugu, it will be the guy from Nsukka, who is a younger man anyway. But because he's the traditional guy, you can just give it to him. He's sent in Imo, he's sent in Abia, he's sent in Ebonyi. I mean, if you're Ebonyi, they might give it to the father of the governor, who is a traditional ruler, just to be on his good books. Okay, so certain things, nothing is wrong in life. It just depends on how many people agree with where you are going and how you explain it to them. Like, you know what we talk about, defleecing a dog. If you take a fleece out of a dog and show it to the dog will know you have not been pinching it. So culture is dynamic. It's not the same. It will keep evolving until we get to a place where we are all happy with what we're doing. The Scandinavians have certain cultures that they have amongst themselves. The English, the same thing. Even in America, it's not the same thing here up north as it is down south in, say, Texas. This is very okay. But as long as we talk peacefully, understand each other, we will grow and be better for it.
All right. I just want to acknowledge that CM, the man who used to be CM, now called Onodugo, is here, but we are rounding up now. So I want to thank you for joining us. Mo, thank you so much for being here today. I know you have to run. Let me just reframe, kind of end on this note. You said that Biafra as it was is not attainable, and Nigeria as it is not sustainable.
Sustainable. Mm-hmm.
And everything else is embellishment.
Embellishment.
Thank you so much for joining us. We are going to have you again come on Friday next week, because that's the day that we are doing
this week, rather.
This week, sorry. Yeah, this week. We are now on Sunday. Yeah, on Friday. And also, we are going to premiere an interview I had with Ojukwu, Ojukwu in 2001. We have it now in digital form. And he answered some questions that a lot of people have been asking today. And he also talked about Nigeria then, which is still relevant to Nigeria today. So that will be quite interesting. Thank you so much. I want to thank everybody that joined.
Sorry, Doctor, did you say you went to Government College Umuahia?
He didn't go to go. Did you go to go?
No, I didn't. I said growing up, my father told me that that's the way to go. Oh, let me tell you this. This is good. Rudolf, just a minute. From my center in Enugu, I was the only one that got invited. At that age, because it was embedded in me that that's what you have to do. So from elementary 5, I tried and I passed. They invited me for an interview. At that age, they drove me to the train station. Alone, I got into the train and got to Umuahia. Came out looking for a cab. Bros, it was bicycle. So from Umuahia, they took me on bicycle. The man, when he gets to a hill, the man comes down and keep pushing it until we get to it. The man would decide and run again. Until we got to Umudike, and then we had the interview. It was good. They prepared me. They taught me how to use a spoon that we're going to eat in the refectory and everything. So we went, had the interview, came back, and the next minute, things fell apart. So talking of what we lost, it was something that we needed to do. I didn't get to even do elementary 6 before going to the war. And when I came back, going to school was a war. There was no money. And this is one thing that Asika did that we have to give him kudos to. Asika removed church from every school, removed gender from every school. So once any school is closer to you, you can go to that school. So I went to the one near to my village, and that's why I'm here today. My WAEC, I sat on a cement block to take my WAEC, okay? And then, still came out with, I had pat myself on the back. I still came out with grade 1. So I'm happy, and from there, I'm here. So just to answer your question, I did not. But after high school, I got a job at Federal Agri and Research Station, Umudike. So there I was after high school when Rangers played Mahala. So I hung, you know how they hang in India on the train? To get from Omaha to Enugu. When we're passing through Oboete, some woman saw me and told my mom. Okay, so we Rangers won, we were happy. I went home, my mom sat me down and told me what I did. From that day to this day, I have not watched a live soccer match.
Wow. No. Can you tell us why? Why is that? Is it because
crowd?
No, that was stupid. I don't know if you know rail training. There's a place it passes, which is just a rail, and the rest is gully here. And it was all rugged. So, and you hang on the train from over here to Enugu. What God possessed you? So I realized what I did was stupid. But what I did was driven by the war. It was driven by the war because I wanted to see an Egyptian team defeated. I don't know if you guys got this in. After the war, Rangers Football Club was an army of war. We went to war. And the first game they played was against the army team, and they beat the army team. Obasanjo was furious. And Rangers have been the only team in Nigeria that's never been relegated to the second division. And I told Ifeajuna, you float it on the stock market. So yeah, I will buy. I'll put $100 in, not because I want to make money, but because I want to have that bragging right. Nah, it's somewhere Rangers. Because Rangers was war. For us, it was war. Every Igbo person was Rangers, and Rangers made Jim Mobodo to become governor. So we cope with the war in different ways. Okay, like what Retosman's father told him, we coped in different ways. We never sat down, we never vented, we never got counseling, we never got anything. So we made up our own. I made up my own. I went to Mahala, Egypt, Mahala Rangers game, and we won, and I was happy. So it's something. It's something.
Wow.
Listen, coming here has been a way for me to vent. I never told this story before. Now I told it, I can just go play it back and do some writing and begin to write my Son of the Sun.
Yes.
Yes,
and,
I was son of the sun.
give us credit that was where you decided that you have to write it.
Definitely.
Let me give Onodu go just one minute to say something. He's a prominent member of this platform. Yeah.
Dr. Mo, you know, when you see people say Mo is not just M-O-E. Mo means Marius. E is for Ene. But O means whatever he says he means. But I know of M and E. So welcome to the platform.
Thank you.
The Rangers match you talked about, they said the headline after that match was "The day Mehala saw Wahala." That was
I was there. Yeah. Live and direct. I was there.
Yeah. The day Mehala Football Club of Egypt saw Wahala. Anyway, the thing is, you know, Mo, I know a lot of people that had participated in the war. They're always skeptical. Maybe if somebody is talking of another war, because they will say, no, war is not good. Of course, war is not good. Just like you will cancel people. But the thing is, not even a memorial for Biafra. Not when you establish when you build a Biafra memorial like a Lincoln Memorial, Washington Memorial, Jefferson Memorial in Abuja or anywhere. You are not doing it for Igbo. You are trying to, because the history of Nigeria, the most important aspect of Nigeria as a country is the Civil War. You can't miss it. That is the most significant milestone in Nigerian history. So why not build a memorial for them? Now, the present generation, when they hear this type of thing, they feel that the war is still on. Otherwise, why should Oshibajo, as vice president number 2, sometime either in 2019, he went to Rwanda to go and hold a candle? Never again. He went to their memorial, Biafra and Rwanda memorial. He went there to hold a candle. Never again. What of your country? But when we say this, people tend to misunderstand it. So to me, why you see agitation for Biafra now with renewed venom is because of all this. Because if you build a memorial and people are going there, some people should have, professors of history would have been documenting a lot of things there. But you did not do it. Just because that name, we don't want to hear that name again. It's not possible now.
Yep.
It's not possible. So this is what is fueling it. Anybody who want to stop Biafra, this is how you stop it. But they deliberately, they don't want to mention it. It doesn't happen that way. In 1993, there are no the election, MK Abiola. People say, let's move on. Let's move on. An example, Abubakar Rimi came to tell the Yoruba politicians from the southwest that you had better move on. A new where train has left the station. Bola Ige laughed at him. Do you know that to bury June 12, it took up to nearly 30 years. They have to start giving Abiola GCFR, Kingibe GCON. And this year, this month, not this year, this month, Alhaji Sule Lamido launched his autobiography, Being True to Myself. You know what he said? He said he's going to find a way, Tinubu should find a way to give Abiola's family 45 billion so that they will close the chapter on June 12th. You see, so which means you are now trying to do, if you had addressed June 12th, 1993, without cancelling the election, 30 years later we are coming. So Nigeria believe that everything can be swept under the carpet. It cannot. Nobody can wish Biafra away. And one day, it might not be in my time, but I want it to be. That Biafra must rise and be a country of its own. After all, and a Filipino-American, a Filipino-Chinese, Emichua at Harvard University, wrote a book in which he said the foremost itinerant tribe in the world are the Indians, the Jews, the Chinese, and the Igbo. But of all these four, only the Igbo do not have a homeland of their own. So that is quite remarkable and very significant. So when they are mentioning about, I have a poem I composed on Biafra. We read it on Friday. It will shock everybody. So this is exactly what we are talking about. You create the first genocide. Correct me if I'm wrong. The first genocide in the African continent and second to Holocaust in human history. You want to wish it away? Nothing. Reconstruction, zero. Rehabilitation, zero. Therefore, no reconciliation. Yet we are even punishing them upon that. I mean, this is, if I continue, it's punishment. So it's only that Nigeria do not want Igbo. Why not allow us to go? Thank you.
All right.
Brother, I sound what you said and all. By the way, it's not Marius. Okay? Rudolf knows why I'm not using the O. Okay, I should have used the O. I love it, but something happened. So use Mazi will do. So thank you so much, because we are trying. We are trying. What you said, I can't take away from it. It's good. They want to give Abiola a day. They gave him July 12th already. They want to give him money. That's okay. But then, in our own case, they gave us those who had money there and didn't touch it. This idea of giving 20 pounds. Nobody was giving 20 pounds. You are giving 20 pounds out of your money after the war. Okay? It has been punishment and punishment and punishment since then. We know this. Like I said, you're fighting a spirit. One day, I hope, when I said Biafra unattainable, I didn't say Biafra. Mind my words. It's Biafra as was. Biafra could be bigger. It could now encompass, like Nnamdi Kanu is going, encompass Igodomigodo and other places. I don't know. After Ghana, as today, was a bigger country somewhere around Mali. It could come, it could use their name as Biafra, but if we make it Igbo, Biafra is not an Igbo word. Okay? It is not Igbo. It should be Biafra, because we don't have two consecutive consonants in any Igbo word. Okay? So that's one thing we're going to do. And that's why I propose Mahadum. Let's have a Mahadum, begin to do it ourselves and study it and push this. Many people don't know the stories we're talking about. They need to know. Okay? So if you remember, by the way, Bianca built a monument for the young man that Rudolf put up, who burnt himself at the United Nations. That's a good one. So let's remember her for that. Let's give her kudos. The husband told her to build a house in Nnewi and name it after this young man who killed himself for Biafra. So we are trying. Let's not stop. Whatever we can do, let's do it. And I'm not saying, I said here, sometimes it's good to fight and lose than not to fight at all. But for me to preach war, I won't. All those who fought the war will tell you no. Even if I didn't fight that war, I'll still tell you war is not good. I said in the beginning that war was avoidable. So it's not that I'm running away. If we have to fight for survival again today, my brother, I am ready. I will fight. But I'll do everything humanly possible to call whoever I want to call to say, let's not go that route. And we're going that route, we're going through it. When this young man will come up and not knowing the true story of Biafra and start to revolt, bloodshed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mo. We really appreciate the time you spent with us. It's been 4 hours. This is
oh my God,
new record. We don't do that, but we have a reaction where we go and have further conversation for those who want to, and KJ will host. So on behalf of everybody that came in today, those that supported us, Riaku Tope, Oscar Blackbone, we appreciate all of you, and Rikili, help me. All right. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate all of you for the support. And like I said, next Sunday, we are going to have a different guest that will be fascinating. I can't speak English or Igbo today.
Fascinating.
None of them is
my brother English.
I can't speak English and Igbo today. So, all right. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate all of you. I will see you next week. And please join KJ with the reaction for those who want to have more say on what we discussed today. All right.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much.
I will see you guys.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Take care.
Show.
Oh Lord, what's going on? Technical.